Probably start up a fresh one if these don't. See what happens. It's getting munchies together, folks. You're here or something. Push me right. That'll do. Maybe. So where was it? Well, let's just see what's on here.
Public safety. So assuming that's the case, we should be able to accomplish these things. I am a strong advocate and have been, and quite frankly, I think anybody that lives in New Orleans knows the solution is so simple. You close Bourbon Street to traffic. It's as easy as that. I will advocate for that. If the mayor-elect gives me a future role on the Public Safety Committee or anything to deal with this plan on Bourbon Street, I'm happy to participate.
Regarding the litigation, can you just kind of walk us through where it's at now and the next steps for the families?
You're talking about the litigation?
Yes.
Sure. I'm going to turn it over to Matthew then.
Fantastic.
And Matt, could you spell your first and last name for
Yes, ma'am. It is M-A-T-T-H-E-W, last name Hemmer, H-E-M-M-E-R. And where does the litigation stand currently, and what are you, walk us through what's the most new information? So right now we're in discovery, and we're only now just entering discovery. You know, it may not surprise you to believe that some people don't like to take responsibility or accountability for things. So while we've been in the courthouse for 11 months, we've really been mired in motions. I was disappointed that some of the defendants chose to try and file motions asking for the court to throw it out rather than start digging into it. But I was pleased to see that Judge Barrial and the court took the time to hear everything and rightfully denied those motions, opening the doors for us to really start digging into some of these issues. We have since sent all of our written questions and requests for documents to the defendants, and we're just waiting on production to those requests. There's no reason why we can't start taking depositions in March. I would ask for all the defendants to do what they can to clear their calendars so that in March we can start sitting down with people and asking questions, asking the hard questions to find out how this happened, who made these choices, who was the one who said, leave it wide open, leave the door open. To me, these are things that you shouldn't have to wait 15 months to start sitting down and asking people.
Who are the major defendants?
Mott MacDonald. Mott MacDonald is the defendant we believe to have the most responsibility for this. There's also a contractor, Hard Rock Construction, and because this is a public street and because the city does have responsibility to some degree for all public streets, they are also named as a defendant. But as we dig more and more into this, what we really see is that the city may have found itself in the position of hiring someone that just didn't do a good job. And I think everybody can relate to the situation of having a problem, having a sink break, having a light go out, and going out and trying to hire someone to do a good job and fix it. You don't always have control over whether or not that person does a good job. And I think there's a chance here that the city went out and hired who they thought was the best in Mott MacDonald, and unfortunately found themselves the victim of someone who didn't do a very good job.
If you can share, is there anything that you guys have found up to this point that is shocking, or you think the public would kind of like, oh my gosh?
You know, the defendants said that this was unpredictable, that no one said this could have happened. Shortly after seeing that written in a paper they filed, I received a copy of a presentation that Mont McDonald made to our city in April of last year, months before this happened. And I'll tell you, they must have a crystal ball, because months before this happened, Mont McDonald told the city, here's a picture of a white F-150 driving down Canal Street and turning right onto Bourbon. Think about how terrible that would be. That's the problem, and that's what could happen. But we'll fix it. We'll prevent that from happening. We'll be responsible. When I saw that eerie prediction months before this could have happened, it really drove home that this was a predictable, preventable, and unnecessary tragedy.
I can add something shocking that I found, and that is to put in perspective, the bollards that were in place prior to January 1st were heavy-duty bollards that could withstand a vehicle collision at 40 miles an hour. The problem was that those bollards were on tracks. Debris got in the tracks, and so the bollards couldn't open and close like intended. Mont McDonald said, let's replace those with a different type of bollards. They took out the bollards, the heavy-duty bollards, and of course, while the bollards were out is when January 1st occurred. However, the bollards they were going to replace them with, and they did replace it with, came from a company, believe it or not, called 1-800-Bollards. And these bollards are what's called decorative bollards, like you might see them in front of a storefront. They only withstand a collision of about 5 miles an hour, meant to prevent a car that might be inching forward in front of a store and goes too far and just hits the bollard and slows it down. They're not meant to prevent a vehicle charging down Bourbon Street. After January 1st, it was quickly realized those bollards were inadequate, and they were removed. And to this day, there are no bollards on Bourbon Street. They have not put permanent heavy-duty bollards on Bourbon Street. Yes, they have put in other devices. What are the
Archer.
The Archer devices, very effective devices. They have the Archer devices in the streets, on the sidewalks. So steps have been taken to make Bourbon Street safe for the next few days. But once the hundreds of extra police officers leave, what's going to happen? And that's what I keep advocating for the city to do the right thing, get the heavy-duty bollards, put them on Bourbon Street.
Matthew, you said that the defendants have moved to get the case dismissed. Have any of the defendants, issued any actual response through the course of the litigation?
You mean in terms of after those motions? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the court took a look at those, denied those motions. They said this case is going forward. You can't just ask for it to be thrown out and have it disappear. After that, we had answers, but even though it's called an answer, it doesn't really answer anything. It's essentially a little more than a document saying, I'm ready to participate in the litigation. So we have a document titled an answer, but there's no substantive response to anything. There's no answers to be found in there.
I know you can only speak for your litigation,
Mm-hmm.
but there are other lawsuits. Or have there been any responses from any of the defendants in other cases that you think might have some bearing on, what happens in this?
Well, at this point, there is only all the lawsuits have been consolidated into our case. So anybody who has or will file their own case, we would expect them all to be consolidated into our case to handle it together as a single case. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, if there's no further questions, why don't we take a quick break? And Melissa and Lenny, we can set you up in the boardroom, and then whoever would like to do a Q&A with them, a one-on-one, we can go ahead and do that. Yes, sir.
All right, so what you were watching was that news conference from earlier on in the week. We wanted to make sure to bring it to you, as we did have to cut it off a bit earlier on this morning for some breaking news. Essentially, it was the attorney for the victims there, several of them, in the New Orleans terror attack that happened last January 1st, 2025, calling for new safety regulations there in the city 1 year later. Right now, I do want to get to some developing news that we are covering at this point, as a very strong earthquake is struck over in Mexico, and we know that it was so powerful it actually interrupted the president's speech, her first speech of the year. Take a listen.
Ya muy pronto, espero la próxima semana, lunes o martes. Uy, está temblando. A ver, con tranquilidad. ¿Dónde está?
All right, so you can hear there were some alarms that were going on, and that is from Mexico. So that is kind of the situation that played out there earlier on this morning, where a strong earthquake rattled southern and central Mexico, interrupting President Claudia Sheinbaum's first press briefing of the new year as those seismic alarms were sounding. The earthquake had a preliminary magnitude of 6.5, and its epicenter was near the town of San Marcos in the southern state there, near the Pacific Coast resort of Acapulco. That's according to Mexico's National Seismological Agency. We did want to bring you that update here as it did come into the newsroom. Now, we also have another developing story that we have been following for you all throughout the morning here. Take a look right here. This is a post from Fox News saying the FBI says it has stopped an ISIS-inspired New Year's attack plot over in North Carolina. Now, we did get information during a news conference that took place a bit earlier here. We brought it to you in full. And Prakash Patel saying the FBI and partners foiled another potential New Year's Eve attack from an individual allegedly inspired by ISIS. And again, the FBI Charlotte holding that news conference where we learned a little bit of information about the 18-year-old man who is now charged in connection with all of this. Now, this is an ongoing investigation, but they did give us some of the details about what could potentially happen later on today as he does appear in court. The FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office saying this was an ISIS-inspired terror attack planned for a grocery store over in Mint Hill. Now, that's right outside of Charlotte. The FBI saying the teen suspect was not looking at one specific grocery store, but planned to attack whichever one in Mint Hill had the most people, adding the suspect had been planning this for a year or longer. The U.S. Attorney for the Western District of North Carolina, Russ Ferguson, identifying the suspect as 18-year-old Christian Sturdivant. Ferguson said during the news conference that hammers and knives were found under the suspect's bed, along with notes and a manifesto that revealed his plans. Ferguson did add that Sturdivant was, quote, preparing for jihad and people were going to die. As I mentioned here, the FBI saying that he was targeting Jews, Christians, and people of the LGBTQ community. The investigation an active one, so we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as we get additional information. Right now, we are going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, my colleague Mike Page will be right here in the hot seat to bring you all of your top stories and live events. My name is Josh Breslow, and we will be right back. Stay with us.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The Friday edition continues to carry on the first Friday of 2026. Taking a look at the Dow, up nicely, over 100 points there in the green to start the trading day and really end the trading week. It was a little bit shorter, of course, because of the holiday, but we are going to continue to look at that trading day right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. I'll be with you for the next several hours, bringing you some of the day's biggest top stories, headlines, and, of course, the live feeds that are coming in from all over the country. Our next live feed that we will be getting in is coming to us from Seattle. We are moments away from the inauguration of Seattle's newest mayor, Katie Wilson, who is a community organizer, transit advocate, and self-described democratic socialist, was elected mayor of Seattle back in November, narrowly defeating the incumbent mayor, Bruce Harrell, in one of the closest races in the city's history. So we'll be bringing that to you as soon as it gets going. Supposed to be going in the top of the hour. It looks like the crowd is ready there, and we'll be bringing you the remarks coming up in just moments. In the meantime, I want to take you out to Cook County, Illinois, in Chicago, as the first marriage license of 2026 was unveiled, and this is the winning couple. More than 1,000 couples tried to get that first marriage license of the year. Here it is, right here on Live Now.
One of the most meaningful responsibilities of my job is helping people to mark some of life's most important milestones. And marriage is certainly one of those incredible milestones. And today we are very excited to present the first marriage license of 2026 to this beautiful couple. We welcome Melissa Nunez and Elizabeth Bransky, who have come together to exchange their wedding vows. Let us all now take ourselves out of the routines of daily living to witness this special moment in the lives of Melissa and Elizabeth as they join together in the union of marriage. Melissa, do you take Elizabeth to be your lawfully wedded spouse, to live together in marriage, to love, honor, and support her in times of sickness and health, in joys and challenges, whatever your future may hold?
I do.
To Elizabeth, do you take Melissa to be your lawfully wedded spouse, to live together in marriage, to love, honor, and support her in times of sickness and health, in joys and challenges, whatever your future may hold?
I do.
Today marks the beginning of a commitment without end and a partnership built on trust, respect, and love. The vows you have spoken are the foundation of the life you will build together. May the promise you've made today guide you, strengthen you, and remind you always of the bond you share. By the authority vested in me by the state of Illinois and the county of Cook, I now pronounce you married and the first couple of 2026. Woo! Congratulations! You may kiss your partner. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh. All right. We did it.
How do you guys feel?
Good. Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know all along you wanted to enter into this lottery? You wanted to take this step to be the first couple of the year?
No, so it's kind of a funny story. We got engaged in September. And at the end of November, I came home from work one day and she was like, I did something. And I was like, what'd you do? And she told us that she entered us in this raffle. Yeah. And I was like, okay, not thinking we would win. And then another name was pulled and we were like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, that's fine. And then a couple hours later, we got the phone call that we indeed won. And now we spent 2 weeks, you know, getting ready, telling our friends and family, so. Short notice,
Yeah. You entered your name and another name got pulled. You thought that you didn't win?
Yeah, we thought we did not win. Yeah. So we were like, oh, okay, that's fine, no big deal. And then they called us and they were like, the first people dropped out and you won. And we were like, oh, okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
How long you guys been together?
We've been together
2
2 years.
2 years. Okay.
Yeah.
How did you meet?
We met on Tinder.
Yeah. Old fashioned. Yeah.
Got to get the right answer on that.
Yeah.
If I may ask, what is your career?
I'm a hairstylist.
Okay, and you are?
I work at Home Depot.
Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, and oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Honeymoon plans. Where do you go from here?
Oh man.
So we still want to have a big party for our friends and family. I have a very large family. What's here right now is only a small portion of our family.
Yeah.
So probably honeymoon after that. So we're thinking 2027 for a bigger party, and then honeymoon after that.
Yeah.
Are you guys from Chicago?
Yes.
I'm from the suburbs of Chicago.
Yeah.
North, south?
Elk Grove Village. Yeah.
Born and raised in Chicago.
Yeah.
What neighborhood?
Kind of southwest side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where are you guys living now?
We live in like Humboldt Park area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We live together. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
You know, in the new year, all these people are making all these New Year's resolutions and, you know, goals that they're, you know, setting for themselves. You guys are the first marriage in Cook County of 2026. Like, what is it that you guys are looking forward to in this new chapter of your lives?
So I try to start the year with intentions, like our intentions for the year. So we've talked about it a little bit. Our goal is, you know, I have my career and to get her career up and running and build a solid foundation that we can build from. And, you know, we would like to, I have one child, but we would like to have more children. So build a foundation where we can do that.
Yeah.
How does it feel in this moment to be the first couple in Cook County to...
It's so surreal.
I didn't think it would happen.
I wanted a big proposal, and after we won this, I was like, I don't need a big proposal anymore. I think this is like
big enough.
A big enough gesture of love, and she doesn't like being in front of cameras, so the fact that she's doing this is really
put myself out there.
shows a lot of love.
Great. Would any of your respective family members just like to come up and talk about this wonderful day and how excited they are? Maybe, I don't know, your son and child, or somebody from both sides.
Do you want to say anything? No.
Okay.
Becca, do you want to say anything?
Listen, we're friendly.
No.
Oh, God.
You want to talk about how much we love each other?
Who was excited about this? Just like over the moon.
My first phone call was to my best friend / coworker.
Come on up, best friend / coworker.
And this is my best friend. She was my second phone call. So.
Hello.
May we have your name, love?
I'm Jen.
Okay. What last name would you like to see for you, Jen?
Guzman.
Spell that for me.
Guzman.
Okay, so she calls you, and what's your reaction to that, and then all of what's going on?
I missed her first phone call.
Some great friend.
I was in the middle of a client, so I was like, what happened? She was like, 911. I was like, okay, hey, what happened? I'm thinking maybe she needed me to pick her up, or like there was an emergency with her son or something. No, she was like, we're getting married. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? You just proposed. You have to propose? Yeah, there's a second one.
So now that the deed is done, what goes through your mind for your best friend here?
I've just been thinking like...
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. First marriage license of 2026. They're in Cook County. We do now want to go out live to Seattle. This is going to be the inauguration of Katie Wilson as the third woman mayor of Seattle. So we are going to listen in here at this ceremony. We have several speakers and, of course, Katie Wilson as well.
Check. Hello. Before I start, I'm told if there's overflow room back here in the Bertha Knight Landis room. Welcome everyone to City Hall on this momentous day. It's so wonderful to see all of your beautiful faces here. My name is Scott Myers, and, oh, thank you. And I am the first gentleman of Seattle. Yeah, thank you. If you told me 1 year ago that I'd be standing here before you today, I would have said, "You're crazy." Me, a gentleman? And yet here I am. But this isn't about me. We're all here because one fine morning this past November, the citizens of Seattle awoke to find that we had elected as our next mayor, Katie Wilson. How on earth did this happen? A great change is coming over this country. A new generation is starting to come to power. And we're going to do things differently. Millennials are the first generation in many decades that have things significantly worse than our parents. And the next generation is set to be even worse off than we. Is it too much to ask for a life that isn't a constant struggle just to keep your head above the water? Yeah. Is it too much to ask for a place in the world? Is it too much to ask for a future to look forward to? As long as the economy increasingly fails the needs of working people, they're going to look for solutions outside of the status quo. And this has opened up space for people like Katie Wilson to get elected. And until things get better, this space is only going to open up wider and wider. Katie is just one of many to come. But Katie is only as strong as the people she represents, only as strong as you. The organized power of working people, ordinary working people, is the only counterbalance to the powerful economic interests that would work against her. Only when we become as serious about taking care of ourselves and taking care of one another as they are about making money, will we be able to solve the problems facing us in the 21st century and build a radiant future for the human race. And I hope that, like Katie, you'll do everything in your power to figure out how we make that future a reality. Oh, yeah. So before Katie takes the oath of office, we're going to hear from a few speakers who have worked with her over the years. Our first speaker is Ifrah Abshir. She's a graduate of Rainier Beach High School. Yeah. And she was a leader in the campaign for the free youth transit. She's now a doctoral student in health services, research and policy at the University of Minnesota. Let's give it up for Ifrah.
Okay, can everybody hear me well? Okay, I'm the first speaker, so I'm very nervous, so bear with me. But it's my honor to be here today welcoming Katie Wilson as mayor of Seattle. Ooh, okay. Okay, so Katie and I first crossed paths many years ago, almost 10, long before either of us envisioned this moment, because she was the head of the Transit Riders Union, one of them, and I was a sophomore at Rainier Beach High School. Back then, I just simply dreamed about the bus arriving on time. I walked through my day trying to stay safe, stay quiet, and stay out of trouble. I would practice sentences in my head before I said them, both because I had an accent, but also because I knew that People do not hear everybody the same way. Some kids are allowed to ask questions about their environment, and others are taught that the system is fixed, and survival is the best you can hope for. That lesson did not come from a textbook, rather straight from observing how power worked around me. Because I realized very quickly that this country kind of uses the same playbook: pick a vulnerable group, describe them as a threat, flood the media with accusations, then use the panic to justify collective punishment. So as a Somali immigrant Muslim American, thank you. I miss Seattle. But our community knows this script very well. So we had surveillance of our mosque, travel bans, a certain president calling us garbage. And this rhetoric doesn't stay abstract. It always filters down. So we've seen these past few weeks people pulling up to Somali daycares and establishments demanding that they prove that they're not committing fraud. They're literally harassing our neighbors and our children because they believe that we inherently are untrustworthy. This is what sustained dehumanization does. It starts as language, it becomes a belief, and then it shows up in real places with real consequences. But this playbook is not exclusive to us. So we've seen after the Supreme Court Dobbs reversal, reproductive care became a battleground, forcing people to travel, delay care, or carry pregnancies against their will. Trans youth were being turned into political targets, with lawmakers trying to criminalize their doctors, families, and their very existence. Immigrant policies have also forcefully ripped families apart by design, turning humans into case numbers and seats on deportation flights. But this is exactly why city leadership matters, because when national politics become cool, cities still have power. Local governments can either reproduce harm or they can interrupt it. To be clear, a city cannot fix everything. A mayor is not a superhero. But local leadership can organize protection at the scale of daily life. Because rights are not just words, they're practices. Rights exist in whether you can walk down the street without being harassed, whether your kid can learn without being signaled out, and whether you can access healthcare, whether you can worship without being watched, and whether your family can stay together, and whether you can be queer in public without scanning the room first. And the difference between feeling the full weight of federal cruelty or being shielded by it comes down to interruption. How will we protect each other? How will the mayor interrupt those who wish to harm our city and our community? The truth is, I am standing here today because my life was interrupted by people who constantly refuse to let systems decide my ceiling. Like Rainy Beach High School teachers who noticed me and stayed past the semester, community organizers at Wall Block who taught me that policy is something you can shape, not survive, interrupted by Katie Wilson, who trusted me early before I was polished when I was just a young high schooler trying to get to school on time. Exactly. And that interruption matters because through Rainy Beach High School work with the Transit Riders Union, we were able to get the city of Seattle to approve Orca cards for students across the city, distributing more than 15,000 by 2018 alone. And it's... And I'll end by saying that it was proof that a dream at a bus stop can become a policy on paper and then a ride home in real life. Proof that you can never be too optimistic. And even after I graduated high school and started at University of Washington, Katie appointed me to the city's Transit Advisory Board, continuing that legacy of getting young leaders in the rooms where decisions are made, even if they're not ready. Yes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody here, is why I was able to complete my bachelor's, my master's, and now graduating with my PhD in health services, research, and policy. So yes, keep calling the mayor about potholes. Please call every day if you need to, but also remember that democracy is a street we all live on, and if we can patch the asphalt, we can patch civic life. If we can build the city budget, we can build a city that refuses to cooperate with cruelty, and if we can keep a city running, then we can keep each other safe. Lastly, Katie Wilson has pledged to defend Seattle as a sanctuary city in practice, not just in name. Yes. Because cities do not earn moral authority by how they treat the powerful. They earn it by who they refuse to abandon. And history is watching, and history does not reward neutrality. So thank you.
Let's hear it for Ifrah Abshir.
Well done, mate.
Our next speaker is Jarvis Capuchin. He's an organizer with the self-managed homeless organization Nicholsville. Let's give it up for Jarvis.
Well, I don't know if I can follow Abraham. That was great. Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. I'm thrilled and honored to be asked to speak before you today here as we celebrate the inauguration of our new mayor, Katie Bill Wilson. Katie is someone that I've known for about 15 years now, and someone I've met with for a quintessentially Seattle cup of coffee. And it's so proud that she's been elected as our new mayor. For years, I've been a participant in grassroots self-managed homeless-led organizations, and often we'll meet with elected officials, mayors, council members, and the like. Funny enough, I was just talking to her earlier. We were upstairs in the mayor's office. It's the first time I've been in the mayor's office since Mayor Murray 2 years ago. And that was when we were meeting with the mayor for the declaration of state of emergency on homelessness 10 years ago. So I'm ecstatic that our new mayor is someone I'm on a first-name basis with and consider a friend. A mayor that has been in the trenches with us, so to speak, during the numerous times we did direct action, from rallies to sleep-outs, and advocating for low-income and homeless people. I first met Katie during the early days of the Transit Riders Union when I was still homeless, staying at 10 City 3. I remember, if I remember correctly, our first collaboration was during the demise of the ride-free area in downtown Seattle, a program that's been in place for 4 decades. That was in 2012. And it was only natural to join forces with an organization that is advocating for affordable transit and an organization of homeless people that rely on a public transportation to get around to services and resources. At one point, we had to close our shelters due to rising costs and lack of funding. We decided to stick it together and camp out in tents in the plaza of the King County Administration Building. Katie and other members of the Transit Riders Union went side by side with us, carrying sleeping mats and blankets on the sidewalk of Fifth Avenue. Katie and I played a lot of Scrabble together. Mostly after brainstorming sessions. Sometimes she'd call me for coffee or a beer, just to try and play and beat me in Scrabble. She got me on those 2-letter words that are really beyond, you can't really use in ordinary conversations. I think we started playing, though, when she joined our delegation of homeless people to Olympia, when All Home tried to change how HMIS, the Homeless Management Information System, is administered in our state, from opt-in to opt-out. In essence, they try to get rid of informed consent. And they failed because a large delegation, including some of the Transit Riders Union members, joined with us talking to state senators and state representatives. So we succeeded, and informed consent remains in place. Not quite sure about the chronology of all events and collaborations with the Transit Riders Union, specifically with Katie. At one point, along with Share Wheel, Nicholasville, a Transit Riders Union, SAFE, and Real Change formed a coalition. At the time, we called ourselves the Committee to End Homelessness in King County, or Occupy CHKC. We're working to put pressure on the agency to take substantive action to solve homelessness and prioritize the safety and survival of homeless people. To this end, we made our presence known at the committee's governing board meetings. We weren't disruptive, but we made our viewpoint clear that homelessness is in a state of emergency, and there are more unsheltered people than there are shelter beds available. And without shelter, people die. Some of you may not be aware that KCRHA is the third iteration of our county's continuum of care. First, there was the Committee to End Homelessness in King County, CHKC, and the 10-year plan to end homelessness that ended in 2015. Then it became All Home, and now we have the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. And with each iteration, the goals have changed from ending homelessness with CHKC to making homelessness just rare, brief, and one time with All Home. And with KCRHA now, the goal is just reducing unsheltered homelessness. We were lowering the bar. How are you doing that? So during one meeting at CHKC, we held up names of homeless people who had died unsheltered. And at another, we formed a human corridor that committee members to follow into the bird and night Landis room behind me as we stood staring at them in silence. And in all of this, Katie Wilson was a steady presence by our side. Coincidentally, our coalition, the name of our coalition evolved into our city coalition in 2015. The focus was ensuring that homeless people have their input respected regarding a new ordinance governing encampments and tiny house villages. As her campaign motto states, this is our city. Not everything the coalition did went smoothly. Funny story. You know, after the Committee to End Homelessness in King County announced that they would have their next meeting at the South Seattle College in Georgetown, a coalition made plans to hold a city council candidates forum, followed by a sleep out at the Hats and Boots Park nearby, and march to the committee's governing board meeting in the morning. This was the first city council election with the new Seattle districts in place. The forum was terrific, great attendance by the candidates, and an audience basically parked full of homeless people and supporters prepared to sleep out under the summer stars, including Katie Wilson and her husband, Scott Myers.
And when you are watching live now from Fox, the inauguration there of Seattle's next mayor, we are going to take a 2-minute break. And when we come back, we'll take you back out to Seattle as we await the remarks there from Seattle's newest mayor. We'll be back with more on Live Now from Fox.
Get up, Bobby. Yeah. Ciao, I can't even see my chat.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Fay. So let's go back out to Seattle. This is the inauguration of Seattle's newest mayor, Katie Wilson, will be speaking pretty soon. Let's listen in.
It's a tall task, but I'm sure any surprises or challenges along the way, I'm pretty sure Katie, Honorable Mayor Wilson, I'm going to stop having to call you that. But I'm pretty sure you'll be a remarkable mayor for our city. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Jarvis Kapushin. Okay, our next speaker is Cynthia Green. Cynthia, yeah. Cynthia is an 8-decade resident of Seattle who grew up in the Central District, and she is the namesake of the Cynthia A. Green Family Center in Skyway. Let's hear it for Cynthia.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Cynthia Green, and this morning I have the honor
Of
of standing before you as a witness to history.
Good morning.
I have lived in Seattle for 80 years. I have watched this city rise and fall, expand and exclude, promise and disappoint. I have seen prosperity arrive with promises and too often leave with people's homes, history, and dignity in its wake. I've seen leadership come and go, some earnest, some ambitious, and some more concerned with being remembered than with remembering the people. So when I say this moment matters, I say it with the weight of a long memory. Today, we swear in a mayor who did not come from the loudest rooms or the richest donors. But from the long work of organizing, listening, and standing with people who are usually told to wait their turn. Mayor Katie Wilson. My family endorsed Katie early. In her, we saw the type of person this world needs more of. Someone brave enough to risk failure in practice of love and justice, rather than find comfort in preserving a system that survives on unconcern. And let me tell you, we caught some criticism for it. We were cautioned to be sensible, urged to temper our hopes and accept what was deemed realistic. But history has taught us this: realism, accepting a situation as it is, this is often the language of those who have grown comfortable living with inequity. And who would prefer others to do the same. Know this: when people tell you to lower your expectations, it's usually because they've gotten comfortable with someone else paying the price. We did not waver because it was time not just for change, but for a new vision. And the people of Seattle agreed. Today is more than a celebration for our mayor. It is victory for the people who refuse to disappear from this city. For young people chartering a future clouded by decisions they did not choose. For elders who stayed when staying itself became an act of courage. For mothers and kinship caregivers keeping families together with too little support. For artists who gave Seattle its voice, even as they struggle to keep a roof over their heads. Seattle does not belong only to the powerful or to the ones with wealth collected. It also belongs to the people who love it, labor in it, and believe in it. This is our city. Katie has talked about vision from the beginning. A vision for transportation that actually gets people where they need to go. A vision for housing that understands a simple truth, that the people who work in this city ought to be able to live in it. A vision that does not confuse growth with goodness. Let me tell you why that matters. Not long ago, I spoke with a grandmother raising her grandchildren after their mother passed. She did everything right, worked when she could, kept the kids in school, paid what she could toward the rent, but when her hours were cut just a little, the rent didn't bend with her. The notice came anyway. That family didn't lose their home because of a lack of effort. They lost it because the system makes no room for care, for illness, or for loss. That's not a personal failure. That's a policy failure. That is why lived experience matters. Reading about struggle is not the same as living it. Katie knows the cost of child care. She knows what it's like to wait for a bus that never comes on time. She knows rent increases aren't abstractions, something that exists only as an idea. Their eviction notices. She co-founded the Transit Riders Union because she understood that access, affordability, and dignity are not luxuries, they are necessities. And she didn't just organize for change when it was fashionable. She showed up when it was hard. That's the difference. So, Mayor Wilson, the path ahead will be hard. You will be celebrated, and then you will be scrutinized. Your work and actions will be looked over. You will be lifted up and then torn back down. This is the pattern. And when those days come, and they will come, I want you to remember this: you are not alone. You have assembled a team that reflects the true Seattle. Multiracial, multi-generational, rooted in community, rich in lived wisdom, people who understand that loudness is not clarity, that ego is not leadership, that compassion that passion is not weakness. You have a city that chose an organizer to lead it. Because organizers have been guiding us all along. Through mutual aid circles, community gardens, and cultural sanctuaries. Seattle's heartbeat has always lived at the grassroots. And now that heartbeat has a seat at City Hall. And today is not the conclusion of the work. This is the beginning.
We are continuing to listen in here to the inauguration there for Katie Wilson, set to speak in just moments. So we do want to slide away for another 2-minute break. We'll get you back out to Seattle in moments. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's take you now back out to Seattle. Still live right now, awaiting Katie Wilson to be inaugurated as Seattle's next mayor.
Okay. I just wanted to add congratulations.
Let's hear it for Cynthia Green. All right, our final speaker before we get to the oath of office is John Burbank. He's the founder and retired executive director of the Economic Opportunity Institute. Let's give it up for John. Try to speak up if you can.
Wow, what an amazing audience and amazing day. And thank you, Cynthia. That was just such a marvelous talk. Thank you, Scott, for adjusting the microphone. But all the way, we should know that Scott happens to be one of the best bagel bakers in the city of Seattle. And a very special thank you to Katie Wilson, to Scott Myers, and Josie. And an overwhelming thank you to the activist citizens who worked their hearts out to elect Katie Wilson as our next mayor. Katie ran her campaign with a theme of, "This is your city." And you embraced that theme. You built on it, and you made it real. Now, we must celebrate the fact that this is our city. And
well, we do wait for Katie Wilson to be inaugurated there and her remarks. We do want to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Always more to come.
The time schedules. 7 bells in the UK. Just a bit afternoon. Early afternoon. Isn't it? Moon. We'll see aliens around it. You can travel away, but you need a pass, mate. Yeah. I thought I was actually all got to wake up with it today. So we looked a wee bit. That way you get that orangey reddy sky. You know what I mean? That's the way it was just up there. I was thinking, and it was icy. You know what I mean? I was thinking that was it. Was got to wake up to it all. It's got to be a bit white. You know what I mean? But no today. And plus there's been weird. I think it was right bang on the New Year, just before, a couple of years before the bells. You know what I mean? A couple of days ago. That the says heats up, snows on, so that's how that bar thing went on fire. 1, 2, 3. How many bottles of champagne? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about 5 or 6, didn't it? About 5 or 6 bottles of champagne with the sparkler things on it. Ignited something that's something above them. There's somebody up the top of the bar up here. Up above the glasses, that's somebody's feet, is it not? It ain't in there. You know what I mean? Cathedrals were never churches. Well, there were all other churches or cathedrals. Because before churches or cathedrals, they were called kirks. Or high kirks. probably called a kirk or a high kirk. If it wasn't a church or a cathedral. That's how then they'll branch off into their own domains, just depending on the geography, where you're from. Or in a similar way, but just geography. And then I think the size of your population and I don't know, depending on that, they've got cultures and ways and rules and stuff like that. How well things go in the long run. Can't blame anybody else for that. Yeah, everybody's still got a lot of good stuff. And nobody should be losing a thing these days. I don't know why it keeps on happening. You know what I mean? Shouldn't it be happening? Should be away sneaking about doing all that stuff, right? Moan everybody. Moan we'll all go do something good. Get these things hooked back up to the grid. Instead of having everybody having to. No, the money goes. Nah, just get them to do it themselves. Free, everything's free, nobody has to. You know what I mean? Free rent, free everything. Just get them to start doing it again. That's mad. And I don't think they'll go and do it because they're all stupid. Because they're too busy doing this, too much focused on the people trying to just chasing after it and triggering in it and just to rat out a stink and get rid of it. So there's only good that's there. But instead of shouting about that, that's what you're doing it for. Nobody will be doing it. It's just everybody's trying to do all good. So you don't need to do that anymore. Get on with it. Go and do something better with it all. And instead of running about all the rest of the world saying that your doors are open. Come and worship yours. It's not like anybody else, you're at whatever. I don't know. But you end up finding out everybody's the same at the end of the day. It just branches off. Wine, boots, and even the bit up there who can shit on it and everything. But there was stuff in there, I know. That's how they were hiding it. Most of it was underground. I think when it all starts to commit, they'll start everybody, all the churches, all the chapels, all the cathedrals. Right, no, you can't dig down there. The guy that was the first priest, the first bishop, he's buried in there. Can't fucking touch it, okay? No good near it. But before that first priest was there, before that church or that chap, whatever was there was another thing there. Other important people there before that first important person was a continuation of what was there before. Blah blah blah. there's more to it. It's not just the first. It goes before the first. There's more before the first one. Basically, you know what I mean? And some things. Reading about some places of worship and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's no but yeah. It seems to be or what you think it is or what it's told. You know what I mean? Some places it's just a mask. You know what I mean? It's a wedding. Actual fucking building, everything. They were actually their duty was to do something big. Their duty wasn't to say, "Oh, open the doors and come on in, come on, we've top days." No, that was like headquarters for all the priests, bishop, all your people in the church and cathedral, everything like that. The people that work in those buildings, you need to have a headquarters for it all. And just think how many branches of the church there is and stuff like that. And doing it for the one thing. They had even like the Vatican's got them. Now you have peoples for all the other. I think that's what you call it, the denominations. It's like they work in like a unison type of thing. It's a set way. Keeps everything in check. Need taking. No messing about, folks. Because if people F it up, guess what they've been ignoring? So that cherry wood. You know what I mean? Can keep a fucking strong head on your shoulders. Go on there. You know what I mean? The Navy, the hurdles, Navy. That's just, I think things are slowing it down, but it's actually because of people. There's a gap being created, and it's level up time for a lot of people. Awareness time for a lot of people. But wash your mouth out and smarten up a wee bit for yourself and the people around you type of shit. Or else it's just going to be a big F for everybody, innit? Well, it's party time, folks. It's... Yeah. We're all going. Nobody's getting left behind. One way or no way. And I think everybody's ready for it. Yeah, nobody's got a lose, I think. Yeah, you just think mad places like cathedrals, temples, the mosques and all that. There's shit there, folks. There's too much great. It's just like just the buildings alone, not even the ignore all the people. Just the buildings alone. You know what I mean? Missing it on all that shit that's we're all dumbed down to. Clueless and all this other the freedom, all this cool shit. You know what I mean? That where is it? Everybody else, not everybody else, but everybody's fucking caught up in that sort of noise and nonsense and bums. Should be doing better. That's why there's no room for any more that failure stuff. Just sticks out. And you can't blame anybody else for them hating you. I wonder what happened to Frog Ranch. They chased it and they found thunder, well, lightning like that. A couple of feet off the ground. But they didn't know everybody else was watching them. They were already there. Watching something in secret. And they were hiding and trying not to scare what they were watching. Because something was triggering the lightning to happen. And it all happened because a Frog Ranch done a certain thing. It was all connected. And when they chased it, they get caught up in something that is set the fucking full programme back. Because it's so fucking tied up in mad government shit now. And but we can't do this, can't do this, can't do that. And we're trying to do a fucking TV show. We're chasing it and we're fucking the thunder and this and that and whatever these fucking things are, but and yous all fucking jumped it on us and scared us up. You know what I mean? That they just went away to investigate something. The Frog Ranch mob. So did it. But we're following all the ley lines and where the underground caverns and the cave systems and where they were all basically are heading there. And well, they found where the blue stuff was coming from. They were chasing the blue stuff. So it could have been the wee guy. And somebody said to him, check here, check that, or this thing, mate, it's known as that join up to that cave system there, that cave system goes up to that, check there. Somebody's probably dropped a breadcrumb. He's went away to check and it's probably been fucking like, or somebody it's like, we've been watching news and you're like, oh fuck, we're up here fucking sitting waiting news dens. But watching them down the Frog Ranch and there was They were fucking there before. Before that was they owned it before for Grange, the people that serve in there. And it was all government owned before. They were doing that on it. Out from Granges went in. I don't know to see if what's still there or what could have been there. They went in and done the wee. We'll go in and have a wee day a full gander of a full property. See if there's any like the anomaly things if even though they've maybe have took something out and the clean-up crews away, you know what I mean? It might be that might still be no bits that lingering about, but there'll be telltale signs. It was fucking. They've chased it. Just chased every wee. Right. Where is this and what's that? What's this connected to? They've just all these things that stuck out. I think that's what the army's been doing, and then they've been stuck into it. They've probably found out. The mountains. It's connected. And they could have been getting the mountains and all. You never know. You never know. They could have been getting the mountains and came down inside the mountain. And there could have been fucking cave systems everywhere. They could have been walking about everywhere. Because the outdoor outside climate could have been like the Ice Age or something. Could have been through one of the big events. To run back in the caves. And then everybody else there in space comes in. And see if everybody's alright. He's alright down there. He's needing it. You know what I mean? You never know. Because we were close to another wee mad stupid flip there. It could have turned a bad way. Stuff could have hit the fan in a bad way and sent it. But the climate away, it could have effed it up. And I think it is getting there. Because of all the techie stuff. You get too many techie stuff into things. Too much yet. And then you're away somewhere else doing the same techie stuff. I think it's trying to create ink for the layers in the atmosphere. That's the catch. But messing about and trying to get there, it's that when you're trying to get the biting point on the clutch and an accelerator and a stick shift, and you get that biting point to make stuff move. But in that process, that's the whole, that in between bit is that effing the climate up. Everything. Sending all the animals wild and everything, just trying to mess about with things and put things in different places and different one, more power or a bigger thing smaller. We'll try this next, switch on. just testing shit, different variations of shit. They'll get that certain biting point or something. That's when it's not when stuff's got to change. It's not even got to fucking see it. It's just for to create another new gap for fucking to create new technology to fucking fling in that gap that all the other technologies can't in. It's on another different wavelength altogether. It's not compatible. Even though it'll mum will go and hack it out, it can't see it. It's nowhere near it. You need to be on that level and go and start again with a fresh new computer that's on that level. Communication, wavelength, radio shit, whatever. You know what I mean? It's already there. That's what I think. Super duper. Like, even though that when we first had internet, the download speeds were slow. I think the download speeds are still slow. I think there's people are laughing at people. People are laughing at people and making it as if all this internet. It's a wee bit early starting. For me to be honest. Doesn't help me one bit. Having super duper computers and all that. Just make having a super duper good it just makes you pay for more things that you don't need. You need to pay for everything. You know what I mean? You know that fucking PlayStation, there's money fucking put into things. Straight. Probably fall back on it one time and play it, but I've had my wee shot of gaming my wee tongue. And how many years later? I mean, and even when I was in fucking gaming, I could have fucking had fucking 1,000 if I just ignored it and kept the heat down. And acted like a fucking, no fucking way. Ain't gonna be somebody that I ain't. And then, nah, I ain't fucking jumping a bit, running a bit, looking after if I fucking couldn't help see me. Know what I mean? Same daft ass fucking people and the same daft ass fucking parents. I'll be fucking doing the same as me anyway. And I know the fucking underage kids are all fucking on fucking Grand Theft Auto with me fucking F-bombs everywhere. Fucking hell, I was getting robbed to fuck. Having to fucking keep them all fucking happy. I had to make up fucking I had to fucking run a train on myself. I had to put dodgy fucking games in my name. And just say, I'm on do this. I'll get you free ammo, free guns, everything. I'm on. Join my fucking lobby. Don't steal my shit. Join my game. I had to make everybody fucking and come on, do this race. They do laps. Put betting on and win. And you fucking off. I was busting people. I was putting people in the hot seat for a man. Because nobody else was doing it, but I was kinda switched on to say, I'll fucking do it. Come on. I ain't shy, I ain't gonna run, I ain't gonna hide. Mum will do this. Walk and talk a certain way, and they'll just like, oh, money to be made, won't join this. I hear yous, any yous want a quick that, you know what I mean, a quick 5G. Then my 5 minutes, mate, and you can give. I'll get you a full tank of juice, and I'll get you. I'll put a ammo on, and you get fucking stickies at the start. I'll stock you up in stickies for your motor. Just don't blow me up. Then they're like, fuck it, bang. But that's him practicing the fucking. See, and with all the fucking mad asses of the day, like, yes. Oh, fuck. Pizza boxes flying everywhere. You know what I mean? Still gonna get you. But eventually, they get it's like riding a bike. Eventually they catch on and they're like, I've got the hang of this. And that's all it takes, is just to go on and mess a bit like that. Put somebody in the hot seat, even though it's like you could fucking beat them and all that. It's a fucking your team. So you kinda, yeah, you're in the hot seat. I'm sitting back. You're just got to run everything. I'm going to make you happy. Fucking mad ass. But I mean, saying shout at each other. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's gaming days. Gaming. Do your face Sunday? Andy's face for Sunday. I think he's fucking been up for a couple of pints in Romania one night. He's failed. And did he fall? He's failed. I know. Mexican fucking she ran. And they found him. What do you mean you found him? Should I say that? Maybe. No, because that was a more recent time. The guy got told to go. There was something there. But they knew there was something about, but there was nobody there for it. And I think this thing knew that somebody had to be there so it could write blah blah blah. I need something. That's why it was there. It was needing fucking help or something. It shouldn't have been there. It must have been somewhere else and nobody was there either. So you just got to think. You know what I mean? Certain types of bases are secret base things or put them at a commission and stuff like that. And there's a backup running and stuff like that. If actually right, we're getting back there to actually talk to them and it's talk to them to see if we can get that back. It's actually probably still always been there. Yours. Active. It's just that's usually instead of saying we're doing that's us, we've been doing something forever here. It's never been shut. You're just like you're thinking about asking him if we can get it back. See what they say. And then they'll say aye, and then he's got it back, and then he's like, oh, we've got this back now, look. We can tell everybody. And no, they know, but it's too quick. Wait a couple of years. No, today ask them all for money first, that we've got to do something big here. See how much they give us. For what we've already done, what we've been hiding. Even though they've been giving us money for that. You know what I mean? It's all in secret and you can't see where all that money goes. It's all going to shit like that. You just think with shit comes to light. Like, off. Just flung that up. And nothing breaks. So you don't need to test it. You know what I mean? You just don't need to test it on that. Just first time, yeah. Everything's just. What? Okay then. They've just got to think. So just think about how many countries who's hiding shit. Who's hiding it? Hiding it. Who's hiding it? Who's hiding it? I think everybody must be doing it. Don't hide it. Don't tell anybody. When you saw, have you tell anybody? Got their phone for Bill? For one of the Clintons. Okay, make you that's happy. That's scary. Oh, these sticker markers. Operation Tatari. I think that's been once upon a time. We were up a house. And my moustache joined onto my Samuels. And then my Samuels joined onto my hair. And my leg bone was my hip bone. a joint. The other one. And the wee bits up the top. It just like sounded like electricity. And the wee birds that landed on it just went ching. Get shocked and they fucking hit the ground. So none of the birds landed on that roof. Landed on the bottom bit. On the edge. Could see the top bit on the spire. It's like, why? Maybe bits. And then they had the earth bit. So that they fucking put it back through and say, "Here, you've got too much fucking rubber here. Yous need to have some of it. Yous better come to church tomorrow. We're going to cut your power off." So they did. I better see you. I'm going to put your name in a naughty list. There's some days my power. Yeah, way up. It's one of the guys that's been kicked out for the church. He's went away up and bent it. And I'm going to bend it. Fucking beam it out of my house. He's away up there trying to hack it. The guy that's been kicked out. And he's not got a clue. He's away in the dirt area. And the dirt area and things. Fucking very bad tartar sauce. So he is. Everything's all fucking fancy and fucking. And if you were like a welder guy or whatever, you had to be good at leaves. Had to fucking leaves, mate. Metal work with leaves, mate. If you make a nice gate, I want leaves. Leaves all over it. Want a vine. Want to fucking just climbing. Fucking Jack and a Beanstalk. They put my name up with that first. You can all just leave the nobody. You're doing this now. I mean, right, one. Don't know, mate. What time is it? You didn't. You need to ring mushrooms again, mate. Fucking. You. I'm not even got to say it. His moustache piece away. I mean, he's thanking him. And he's remissed. Everybody must have knew who he was. There he is. He's on the layer. The big man's in. Get to work where he's there. And he's just a fucking big white line. A fucking. You seen him. You knew it was him. It's him. The guy, the big man. The gaffer. Just seen him a mile away. Everybody knew who he was. So what's happening here is and was Robbie pie chart and divide it up. So that's a piece of the game. We always come back into the room for. Big that's great. It's good first round. You're out. If you're looking that way. If you're not looking in it. If you've got your back to the wall, it's good. But don't look at that wall. You need to stand the other way. You're the man. At your back. Yeah. Ah, here it goes. I must. Yeah. He's walking out but fucking. Imagine it. What do you think about that bit? With the gutter, the frames, the window, the sill, that the arch bit, and he's sitting doing this. Sitting fucking down, he's fucking rolling it up, and you're like, what do you think? And he's like, give me a minute. He's fucking. He's away zoned in. Fucking. Give me a minute. Thinking. All the wee bits of tash it fell out. Made that all good. Everybody just watching them. Picking up his that rug. That man made it.
The cross braces on the main towers was certainly not a job for those suffering from vertigo. Saddles to hold the main suspension cables are placed on top of the towers at a height of 512 feet above sea level. On the north side of the river, a huge rock excavating operation commences to remove some 1 million cubic yards of rock to make way for the northern approach roads.
It's a noisy bunch, innit? Down there it's just noise. No use going down there to talk to him, mate. He didn't hear you.
Workmen required wire catwalks to be strung between the two towers for the next stage of the construction process to commence.
So we hit the catwalk. Oh. It's alright going that way, you can stall on it, but see when you come back, you need to fucking jump in.
When the temporary catwalks were completed, senior steel foreman
You tell that, fuck you, mate, watch out, wee catwalk. You be a wee cat with claws.
road bridge.
Get up onto the wee holes. Just watch the wee bits in the middle. Get your horns out your pocket, mate. The size of the wee boats. The size of your wee helmet. The size of your big long jacket. He's on the catwalk. He's on the fucking catwalk. You made it. You see these wee catwalks. I'm not going back yet. If that's moved, I'm not going back. I'll stay here.
The lengthy operation of spinning the main cables commenced in November 1961.
So they spun them there.
A wheel carrying 8 high-tension steel wire cables at one time ran from anchorage to anchorage until approximately 300 wire cables
Kenny.
group.
Wee face.
This labor-intensive process would be repeated thousands of times over the next 10 months. Each cable was color-coded to assist its identification in tensioning out over the 4th.
Oh, what's your fingers? That's like the Indian. That's like you Indians, mate. That's like the wee Indians with their wee feet, with their wee toes. And them little. Oh. It's your wee fingers, mate. Mum will touch your fucking wire. But Mum will touch your wire when it goes on.
These cable joins became stronger than the cable itself.
Big mini gloves on. Mini gloves on. Three guys on the bend. They're on the bendy bit. Well, maybe you're on the bend.
It would not be until August 1962 that these cables were ready to support the trusses and roadways suspended beneath.
It's that wee motorbike wheel. Three motorbike
Traffic
wheels
was
stuck together.
diverted as construction of the southern approach road continued.
I think everybody liked round edges because jaggy edges was just, it killed people if you hit them with a jaggy edge, so all the edges had to be round. And it was bubbly. No square bits anymore. You're not allowed any pointy bits on your motor. It needs to be bubbly. Needs to be bubbly.
Footpath extensions were installed at this stage.
They put the footpath in before they even did anything else. Big bulbs. Knee gloves. We can't walk. That we can't walk. Mate. He's snipping the fucking catwalk. See up there? There.
The hangers were dropped from the main cables to carry the steelwork of the main decking.
We need to put a hole in the catwalk now, lads. We need to hang these. They're on the catwalk hanging shit on the catwalk. How many wires for one big wire? And are these going to hold? Or do you got to be up and down that catwalk all day? Put new ones up. There's a wire there. That's a good one. Gotta be ages with that.
Work continued.
Gotta be ages with that, pal.
Road diversions and the
It's all
construction of a
fucking
new
road.
bridge across the River Armand at Cramond. A house had to
Name your jaggy edges. Come on.
be demolished.
Somebody
and a
went
replacement
ham.
built.
Everybody's been banging the replay. I'm getting him. Need to take me to hospital. Everybody's rapping. It's a jaggy edge. The jaggy edge. Right, fuck it. Name your jaggy edges. None. Jaggy edges, you're fucked. Needs to be round. Try to make it nice. So everybody will like it. So you make it round. Name your jaggy bits. It's fucking banging. I've hit that bit. We'll hit half a jaggy bit.
The steelwork had to be raised to meet the hangers.
Yeah, remix with that.
During World War II,
Have
Prince
you
Olaf of
don't
Norway
spit
was
me
stationed
because
in
what
South
you in the
Africa,
face?
where he commanded the Royal Norwegian Navy.
Imagine that. One of them was like, and he spat that way with the camera and it went, oh, fuck you, backing up. And try to spit out like that. And it went, oh, fuck you. The two windy up there. You know what I mean? Comes back and fucking lands back on them. That'll be moan up at that bit, mate. A fag. Supervisor's down there. Moan up at that bit. Mind your shoes. Make noise. Make noise. He's up there, doesn't he? Boss! Is it? No, it's alright, sorry. You know what I mean? What's that? What they busy doing now? Give it again in a minute. Right, because I think did they not put one man of the bridges? Was a road and under a road beside it? Or is that a separate one? Me, you're stuck. You're right, wait a wee fucking motor and everything. Yeah, there'll be nothing. He's up with that with a fucking jackhammer. That was a shit on and stuff. And they're right, man, get this in. Fuck the shit that's on it, just get it in. Well, that was a wee hole. Go in there. But mate, you're not that strong. A wee bolt. Maybe you got to do. First try to build a big bridge out here. I think it's, I don't know if it's that bridge or the other bridge, or probably all the bridges that's there that goes, I think it's that one, the red one. I think it's that one in the background. There's a bunch of guys always on that painting it. They're never off it. And here's a wee round helicopter with a wee round nose. It's not got a jaggy one. Everything round. These them with that way up there. With the weight on the catwalk. A wee shovel and a fag. Fucking for the day where they're having a fag. One. This wee guy, look at him. His two wee eyes and his nose. It's that wee robot face. His arms just looking. It's getting the wee robot about. They're all fucking dancing a bit in the catwalk again. He's. Watch him. He's ripping holes and. Look at him. He goes up there in the middle of the night. Didn't he? Easy. Oh, there's a guy with a pair of gloves on. No, don't take that out first before you put that back on. Got to burn the face off you. Look at that joint. Look at all these sexy boys. Sexy men. Look at them all. As soon as one does it, they're all doing it. Look at them. Fucking too bright, mate. Fucking brightness peaked up there, mate. That whiteness. That's too white. And that's him fucking out there baking in the sun. On the bendy board. Oh, who's walking the plank? Who's on the plank the day that I'm on it? I've got a hangover for last night, I'll fly. Don't put me on the plank. You're on the plank today. Guys bouncing a bit. I just have a fag in the office, in a brand new office. And that's alright. The days of that. I get these things. They can come to open the place. And I was there. This needs to be round. I'm fucking walking into shit. Everything's round. Just a wee bit round. Maybe a wee bit safer. I drive a wee bit slower. Because as soon as they put that jaggy bit on it, they were like, oh, this is fast. The jaggy bits on it made it, it's like, it's got fast jaggy bits on it. Mine just get fast jaggy bits on it. The wind just hits off it. Makes it go faster, it's jaggy. The wind go faster. It's jagged and they're all like, whoa. Does it matter? It's round or jaggy? Who's the reason it? The bells they took. Oh, I used took the bells because she's the big billets and shit. And you can make, see if you can make a wee boat out of a bell. Just turn it upside down and call it a wee dinghy. The wee bell joke. The bell that never rang. Didn't fucking sink either. Imagine it. What could you do? What other things could you use him for? No, a bell. No, the thing I could think at the time was these were, and you think how were they made and the heating process, and you think, could you heat them up again? No, to remelt them, but just to that wee little bit to straighten it out, and it's not, it doesn't, just to straighten it out, and then at that bit just put a hole in and get a cannon. I mean, that's like a wee, but when you get, oh, here's a wee block of gold, you can then melt it down, or you can heat it up to a certain temperature and then press it with a plastic mould. You know what I mean? But could you heat up the bells? Reshape it, but that similar shape as like a cannon. Could you stretch that out longer and thinner? For what's there? And could just be reheating it and putting it through something. You know, with that off track. It probably wouldn't really matter because it's using it to fire cannons and stuff. And half of the stuff didn't really get used, did it? No less they were all making them. Whoever was doing it, they were all going to the one place. And if all that stuff's been like happening, what people's been taking stuff and just to make the telltale signs will be there. And they'll be stocked up somewhere. Like that. You'll be at somebody's library archive thing, museum thing. But it's not, they can't tell anybody. Like sooner or later everybody will find it. And I think that's when everybody will start. So I think that everybody will find it when everything all starts. This is what they were all doing. I was just talking about on the one time. And then the main thing that everybody spoke about, they'll try and censor it, and then while they try to, the happens, but the focus was on everything else. It's the main thing. So that was too easy to handle or deal with. It's because he was getting influenced a certain way. Hard. Every day, all day, every day. That must be boring to go and do that. That is. That's what you call heavily conditioned. I mean, and even the people that were, I think the people that were clued up enough or smart enough before that happened, they went away and had the bells. They took their own stuff down. Kinda replaced it. While the good stuff was, they fucking buried it. Probably round about near Smith. I think that's what they done. I'd have put it somewhere for safekeeping. Put a daft van up and then the fucking run for, right, we need to take all our stuff down, it's for a war effort. It's because they signed it and they put an order in to go and get all the bells. Because they had they were royal law and stuff. You got armour and bullets and machinery, that's the war. And that's all that stuff that happens for. They basically nailed it down and make it into other stuff. You just got to think what's been happening before it all. Who was all round about it, getting involved in it. It bells, even that run about the time of the. No, that's 1914. There's more. I think there's other times shit happened to the bells and all. And it was in the 1500s. They done it and all one time before that. It was away in the 1400s to the 1500s. And rockets. They're shooting rockets at somebody. And it wasn't even like the Brits or the Americans. It happened, it wasn't even Putin or it, but it did happen in Russia. I don't even think it was the actual Russians either. It was a wee mad daft community way out in the middle of nowhere in Russia. Firing rockets. They're the first ones to fire rockets. And they fucked up a dude's castle and all the war and all that. They wiped them out. That's mad mob of these rockets and something mad happened. A wee bit of this and that, and people were talking. Whatever. And I think it was during the time, but I think before it happened, I know. Not even the 1500s, it happened away at the big early days Christianity as well, the rockets. Happened twice. And they had it. And then somebody kinda went for it and done something again. Fired a couple of them and you know what I mean? It sort of happened a couple of times. Not for the start, but fairly early on. Until the 1800s. First World War. But things like that. That's when rockets, weapons. But even before it, the lead up to it, That wee 1500s one, then that was not the worst one, but that was the one everybody went, oh, not everybody, but they kind of, oh, tell me about that. Or, you know what I mean? Like, give me some of that. I want some of that. How much is that? Everybody's fucking itching for it. And that's been for like 3 generations then. For like 1500s to 1800s. Get that hush underground testing all this carry on. And then there was the water ones, the water missiles. Wasn't the air ones, it was first the water one. And even that, the rockets was a word before it was a rocket, like a weapon rocket. Just a non. The word rocket is not a bad word, but it started off okay, and, you know, as times evolved, so did that fucking rocket thing. That's what you get. I don't know what you get, but that's the outcome. And it's just things like that, most things like that are, you just leave. It's always the establishment that's doing a bit of. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like about it. Instead of thinking it should just be, right, there's this, we're kicking this fucking, it's a giant, we're having a reshuffle. We're not destroying it this time, just a quick reshuffle. Keeping everything the way it is, and we're going to make space and do something big somewhere. That's it. It's going instead, because if you did, you have to fucking. Aye, the wags of God do something to they just want some money. They want some return. And see, then that rebate, you've got to be waiting forever for a return. Bernard, that's a leap. That's a leap, that one you have to wait for. Put the money in now, it will pay back later. And it won't be that generation that does it, it'll be the generation that comes next once. You know what I mean? It's common sense. As it says, it's that video that's stuck in the second. Oh. And even that one, the wee Scottish one, the wee circle in it, still, it's lying flat. But I think, know what they were moving that, but it's been moved. Not moved, but it's been. Something's happened. Because a lot of the stones, not like ritual stones or anything, but a lot of historical type of things in Scotland or round about it, all the stones stand up. You know what I mean? It's lying down to me, I think. And I think there's something that they're hiding. That's why there's something that they're not hiding, but I think maybe if you hang me up, Adolf will break it apart, but it's something. Can you see under the rock? Do you look back up on it? Unless you dig into the side, dig a wee deep channel just in a certain place, and then send a wee fucking robot with a light on it to look at it. And see if you can see it. But to me that could have fell over just a shift of land or something, the climate change or something. There's something on both sides. See, no stone circles. Circle. Rock. Something like that. Circle, spine. On. Oh. Spins. Rocks. I guess. Yeah. Spin my things like this. A wee mirror. I think, see, like the wee mirror thing, I think that was like the clans or the people that had that on the rocks. They were good hunters, gathering people. They were the dudes that were out and about that knew they were talking that lingo up there in the sticks, talking to the animals. They were one with it and could attract certain animals to them and shit like that. And while they were doing that, the other ones would hunt them. And they were blending in. They were actually wearing fucking shit. No, like wearing camouflage, but they were like fucking hunting fucking cows and all that, but dressed as fucking sheep and shit like that. You know what I mean? Or hunting the fucking wolves and bears dressed as fucking sheep or trapped in it. You know what I mean? Mirror. Maybe comb thing, isn't it? Because they looked after themselves. Wee combs for weaving, for making clothes. Yeah. I think that's what the mirror and the comb is. Because, oh, look at us, we look pretty. Sitting looking at yourself all day. A wee mirror and a comb. There's a whole lot of different meaning to it. Trust me. And it's so similar to all the Egyptians, the way they all used to talk and walk and everything. The way they spoke that lingo. They were connected to it all. Now, like before, the language was there, English speaking language and all that. It was more, even the leaders, God, that they weren't speaking, they were singing, it was more like a song. The real spoke guy was all your reciting hymns and prayers and wee fucking praises for rituals and shit like that. And even all that was all broken up fucking lingo. And it's all pronounced, even if the early days, it's all pronounced a different way. And all those pronunciation, the vowels, and if we were to try and spell it out or write it out these days, all the pronunciation is all leaning on one thing. It means a lot. It means it means a lot of the old Judah people, but there must have been not just the Judah people. Because I'm sure they weren't just wasn't just the Judah people that was coming. They were bringing everybody else that was round about them, as well as themselves. I guarantee it. And there's telltale signs that they're still digging it up, I think. There's still unknown truths. And it's all run about places. Important places in time and history, and it's just a wee hot spot for it. As if people kinda know where to go and see that mob, this drug or that naked, and as soon as you get to this, you'll know you're there. Go up that bit, you're there. People kinda, I think that's what it was. Stick a big rock up and mark it. This is my bit. You are now entering Pictish land. If you bring any wee birds, if you see any wee birds that look like that, you're allowed in. You like the wee birds. If you see any name of it, just either kill it or don't kill it, because we either like it or we love it. I think that's how you see horse. And I think one of the mob was like, all horses keep on dying. And we fuck it out and look at the wee things. We need to stop. I don't know what we done. I think they panicked. Because they were like, every time they were like, my horse. we need to do a wee retro thing and send it away. Maybe they were mowing the job off at seed. I want to keep it and put it up my wall type of thing. Keep it. And you can eat that a little bit. I want to keep it. But I want to see him still. His face is alright. You don't eat his face. I want to fucking talk to him. Give me. Tell him out to bring some their way. You know what I mean? And then there's like, they take the horse's head off him, and they're like, fucking plan that. fling it in the fucking water. Ready it. It's fucking stinking. And tossed it in the water. And then that's how you get out. There's too many horses in there because of that lot. And then there's too much moss. And then the seahorse was there. That's how you get a seahorse. That lot. People doing that. And the horse is like, would you fucking... I was liking that there. It was working. Get me back. It was still there a wee bit. It was still clinging on. So the wee moss, because there's moss on the land and moss in the water. It's like, you're not meant to be here. And where's the rest of your body? It's like, have they done that to me? I'll give you some legs. Because you used to eat me up there and I used to keep your legs strong. You get me? The moss is talking like apps whispering. The horse is like, aye, alright then. It's a seahorse. I don't know, mate. It's a big t-schmuck. I think they're hiding shit. Ain't they? People's been hiding shit for years, ain't they? All these old technologies and hiding the aliens, they're hiding this and they're hiding that, and oh, it's all coming at me, isn't it? Oh, who done it? The pictures are all away anyway. They're on away. They're all done. They just went, we're done. We'll just be Scottish. Just call us Scottish now. Oh, what's up, Trump's back? That might be one of the wee. What is? It's one of the wee circles. What? You want to see if you see the minute? Rike. Stort. As if the seagulls have been up there. Somebody's been sticking a lot of bubble gum there. That's like the bubble gum things that's on it. Let's see that. Yeah. Don't use them again. 360. P. Oh, look at the ferns. Yeah, big stone. Yeah, they better more. It's before Caledonia. Just hear them on the woods. Stay away from the mini. Trump's got a big club down there. That's a big map. They all did that. Just look at it. Look at one pony seat. That was oh no, saying. We'll go back in the woods and sing. They're all hiding. That was before the Caledonia. I know in there thinking. And there, one will go back in the woods and Moon. We'll get in here and talk, lads. Fucking freezing it here, man. Grab some sticks in your road in. Get the fire going. Moon in here and there's a talk. Who's a good story there? They're away in there, right, Moon. They're away in there all happy. Everybody's like, somebody else is away there like, I fucking hate this place. They're all walking about and it's fucking windy, it's raining and soaked. Fucking hate it. What am I doing here? I'm fucking lost. Where the fuck am I? Just a wee wanderer. Dudes are in there chilling. Dudes are in there chilling. Stay away from that mob. That's that mini mob. Eeny, meeny, miny, mouse. Just stay away from it. Just get a word in there now. Bit of water. In the garden. Keep out down at a golf course there. Somewhere. Keep that wee Trump hanging there. Oh, it's a wee Trump bucket. It's a wee bigger van. You know the things you can buy out, it's everything that Trump eats. And just put Trump's name on it. And when Trump comes for a game of golf, he's like, oh, check that, mate. Look at it. Oh, mate, it's a belter. Look at that. Bobby, you did? You're busy? My pals are coming round after. And you I can run mine's dinner for a bit with that fucking bigger bit. I fucking need you in there, mate. It's got my name on it. Kicking about the meanie. Moon. Infiltrate the meanie, lads. Get some bread. A buzzard. We fucking hide in the rocks. No, I think it's good like that. They have been cutting it, but it's needing a wee cutting it. If you use big dafties. He's got up in there. He's that wee eagle. Yeah, he's an eagle. It's just his dinner. Big fat, big bird. That's a big bird. And the other half. I was the wee house in the middle. That was you just look at it and that's what you see and that's what it said. And that's how simple it is. Big fat bird. But I don't know. What's a big fat bird with? A wee skinny thing. That must be the other half. Maybe they're jealous. They're jealous of him. I think they're jealous of him. Somebody's throwing paint in his face. You've got a nice bird, haven't you? Aye, the alpha. What was that for? You better up with that. It's the next one. It's the next one. That one's leaking. Keep it down because away for that one. And you and all, mate. I think all the cattle are coming up here and running with it. They must be attracted to that one. All the coos are running on it. Somebody's running on that one. I think it's the coos. They must be like watching it for him. They must be watching that turbine like that. Oh. Mon, we were in there. David Epstein. No, that's nothing. Before Caledon. Yeah, the fucking show. Shire's watching. Big Don. Don Shire. Clan Donald. I wonder what it did look like. I bet you they stones are meant to be in a circle, but they two there. That long one's probably meant to be going the other way and up in the middle, and they two's meant to be up. Some of them are just, somebody's been kicking them out and all that. You never know. And the climate changes and 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, no more DGs. The fucking things in there. And that could shift stuff. No, isn't it? I thought that was the Templeton stone. It begins with. The bad would be mad symbol on it. I think it's actually don't know what letter it was, her name. Or if it was a number. But to me, they were writing in pictures and certain broken lingo. I think there was maybe certain wee squiggles and lines with dots and long lines with shorter lines through it and all that. It wasn't even a T, it was a picture of something else that you put in the middle of words, a sentence. They were putting pictures in there that looked like a word, but it was actually a picture that looked like a word as well. I think they were doing mad shit, so they were. They were trying to write it down. They were writing shit down. And you just got to think they were trying to copy. They've said it. And people's been teaching them. They've just been replicating it and spreading it on. And they'll see their own name and between the other words that's already there, and they'll make their own name with it as well. So a lot of new things probably just come out of way of thinking. And with the stuff that they already had and was doing. Nah. That would be one of the hardest things to do. But with. It'd be better just going and learning somebody else's language and going and talking to them that way. Through that. There's probably other better ways of. I can bet you everybody that was running about that time that was there was more multilingual than everybody that visited the place. They only knew probably maybe one other language, but the people there, they probably had to know how many other languages. You know what I mean? And then try to do that when you're in a, you can't even really talk anyway. And that good to find it good in each other. God. An old word for good. God. The way they were saying it, what it was meaning, the good in everything. For the good, all the good, for the good, all the everything. Look at it, not look at the mess of the place, but you just look at it, just certain places in Scotland, you can just see it. All the different types of wee grasses and flowers and all of that, and it's just there. Even just let shit be and it does its. Look at it. And that's run a bit stone circles, I know. You just go down. Is it run a bit the stone circles but other areas has not been touched? Do you get all the same wee things happening? Probably would, I think. Is it just me or does the inside of the circle look a different colour for the outside? That a big bird? Or is that a different one? You just got to think, and if that's just guessing, all the thing that's happening in Egyptian times, not Ezra and the Eagle. And I was running the show then. And then they had that shit the top of the pyramid blew up and fucking Ezra escaped. And then they took the stone. Somebody's took that stone. Then did they hide it? Don't hide it, but they took it somewhere and faked it. That's what I think. You two wee hooks. And I think before Jacob done that way, they done the other thing that they were tying people to that. See the people that was running the show the time. And something happened, and then I was like, oh, we're on the show, this just hit the fan somewhere. That's one of the lifeline things that the big show was at whoever was running the show. That's what I think. It's just that happened. The ones that were closest to it was he's bolted with it. And then it's changed hands.
.5 metres. In 1820, 9 other smaller circles to the southwest were reported by J. Logan. No traces of these circles remain. Excavations in 1934 revealed 5 of the cairns contained burnt human bones, oak charcoal, along with hazel charcoal in another cairn. Some of the other finds were 3 worked flints and pottery shards. Not all these deposits would have been from the same date. A 2004 survey by R. Daly found a single cup mark on the northern, eastern and southernmost outer stones. In the central cairn, on the eastern stone, a single cup mark can also be found. Carlely is a true circle, which was measured by Professor Alexander Thom, the Scottish archaeoastronomer. Tom Naveri recumbent stone circle.
As little mad Aztecs away, they had a layout in the circle and they put the heads of the families all around.
Known of the 100 stone circles.
There's so many tribes that stuck together in the Aztec mob.
Is a nuclear bunker.
Wasn't all the one
recumbent landscape figure can be seen in the distance, and the site was nearly obliterated, then saved. Tom Naveri is positioned on a low central area of land called the Howe of Cromar. The circle has a complex history from 4,500 years ago up until the 1600s AD. The site was nearly obliterated due to quarrying before being taken into state care in the 1920s. Some of the stones got taken down and relocated. During 1999 to 2000, the monoliths were re-erected in the correct sockets. Phase 1. The circle had 2 phases. The first was a cremation pyre, then a circle of kerbed stones 14 metres in diameter was added. These kerbstones increase in size from one side to the next. The kerbstones resemble a polygonal shape. 2 stones have cup marks. Fieldwork suggests the circles were located away from settlements. Phase 2. The second phase is the 17 metre diameter circle we see today, which
could have whoever sitting in the middle, whoever resting in the middle, it could have been the side of whatever the part of the settlement, but they brought it with them, put them on it, carried them on it, and that rock's been a part of their house, or their roof, their house or something. And then they maybe break up, like just say that for that village. Who's moving in now? We got to dismantle it, and say the stone gets shared into the community and it makes people's houses better. I don't know. And then maybe got a day where I just leave it here. Or just fucking put it up and put his name on it. You know what I mean? It's like the headstone thing. I don't know. I think maybe then something just the way settlement things.
Around the kerb cairn.
They
The
were
site
mad
was
for the
used
stone.
again 3,000 years ago for cremation. From the 1400s to 1600s.
I think that was like the Stone Age times. Neolithic Stone Age. The Neanderthals. A caveman type style. Big hairy guy. Just running about, just wanting, give me a stick to hit it, to see what it sounds like. Moan, hit this, see what it sounds like. Hit it, just moan, moan, sniffing shit and hitting it and all that. What's this? You know what I mean? Just let no there yet to just say, oh, I can look at that rock and it's this colour, it's got this sort of fucking. I can look at this move rock and tell. Oh, I can look at this rock and see a fucking water mark on it and all that. You know what I mean? You can just look at something like, oh, I can see differences and know what it is. People back then were all different. It was so peeled back. Nobody was even there yet. Still probably stretch, not even probably there. It's my fucking cavern into that was. Writing on the wall, into the stone. It was probably only the best of the best, and then it was only books, like fucking church books, Bibles, all that. All the writings were getting done. And that was all done on the fucking skin. Didn't have paper then. You just think how many old books is like, oh, this is an old book for this century, but it doesn't fucking do it to use to stretch your animal skin. Oh, here's this book made of paper. You just got to think what people are. Know what they take it. Different forms of technologies and applications and how to go about things. Just progressed and kind of morphed onto something else. You know what I mean? Cup of tea time. Mad stones. You know what I mean? Or the mad stones in fucking Scotland. Wonder how many's in the UK, I know. Because there'll be a few done in England along. Stonehenge is a biggie. Oh, need some trees, right? Oh, fuck yous. Just go down this bit, leave this bit to now, lads. Just, guys, I think we'll phone name and sell it there, mate. There now. Guess what? Matt, I think you might like this. But, I would say it's it's about this size. It's up there. You can see this, see that. We've left it. And there's a wee access road that's about so many hundred. You could probably, I think there's a chance you could turn that into a wee thing. What do you reckon? How much you wanting for it? Who found it? You? Oh, I'll phone the wife. See if they fucking days. You know what I mean? Just let them deal with it. Go news on the news. You found it. Found a big stone walking the dog. But it wasn't, it was a fucking, if you pan the camera down, there's guys up there fucking. I think they found it, they were like, oh, look at this, lads. Don't fucking, that looks like one of the big bug things. Don't touch it. Why, mate, it's got stuff going in it. Big bugs, don't touch it. Picture that's what we're doing. We're in the money, lads. Shut the machine down. We've got that moon, done the bub. Hey, I phoned this guy. With the paper. Moon. I phoned the fucking goods on and all. Yeah, fucking big price. The wee tree there, and there's a wee floaty tree. You know what I mean? You just think they were probably just wee things when they were there. Or maybe they weren't there. These trees, maybe. These trees were probably, you know what I mean? What were they doing? That wasn't there. Big pylon. Oh, look at us. We're just passing through with some electricity. Sorry, lads. Just nice circle. That's what he's done. He's put a wee camera up on it so you can have watch our circle put up here. Fucking the electricity, man. He's up there like, I'll just fucking watch this. I'm just whizzing by. A wee shock. Don't touch me. I'll fucking zap you. If anybody comes near you, I'll fucking zap them for you. That's what he might be there for. He's like, I'm watching these. There's his wee fucking gun out there. See it? It's got a snipe these. It's got a snipe these for all directions. Guy sitting up there. Aye, fuck, they're lying a bit. See him? It's up the tree. See him? Can you see them, mate? They're all there in plain sight. They're all doing that, do you? Imagine that. Back in the days, they're all fucking blending in. And you're like, did I see something move? And you're like that, try to listen. Everybody's all fucking freezing. Like fucking, it's a fucking musical chairs. Don't move. He's not moving. Don't move. Everybody's all fucking. Is he moving yet? Oh, they're sneaking a bit beside each other. Who was that? I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? You're not coming with us. We are fucking too noisy. His belly always rumbles. Fucking scares everything away. You're away hunting. You're away hunting for food. You take the big guy with you and he's like, I need a munchies, lads. One with Nico hunting. One. So I'm hungry, lads. Shh. Belly. Feed me. Look at you, elephant. Little berry bush. Nice wee war. That bit's is fucked up, but need to tell the crews to stop taking a shortcut. They're taking a shortcut. Back up that game. He's jumping the fence. He's there's no water here. I've just put my surfboard tears in the lads. I've got to find a wee rock. There's got to be something about. I'll find something different. Is that a square one? That's a wee mini. See if the AI Atlas is a wee one. That's what it does look like. With one at the front and one at the back. But I don't think it's parts of that. I think it's that one's the Russians, they're tailing it, and that one's everybody else. We're shining a light on it to say, we fucking see you, we're tracking you, and we're in you're that big, we're in your pool. You can't get rid of us. So no matter what speed that goes, they are stuck down. One at the front, one at the back. And I think they can't do anything about it because whatever they've sent up there, or when it passed by, nobody could see a thing. I think that's what done it. It's been enough done it. And they might use it for stuff. Cause that rock's got it, it's that big. And whatever it's made of or own it or in it, they can use other things as a magnet to it and stick with it. And they can go elsewhere. and still stuck to the things, whatever's stuck, no stuck to it, but going with it and it's in its pool. Fired shit at it, I think. And I've already got stuff out there, but it's not the best. And the speed that's gone, there's nothing else like it. And wherever it's going and all the rest of it, it's like creating well, as if you're light years ahead and you're going to create a rocket and send it away to somewhere you've never sent it before. But instead of creating it and sending it up and away you go, that away you go thing it's already happened. You just kinda need to, or we just fling something at it. And away it goes. Just like a wee, not a conveyor belt, but fling something on it to sit on, and a wee payload thing, and it'll take it. Away it goes. That's it, see ya. But it'll figure out if it's a real rock or not, or if something else is talking to that. And if it is, it's none of us. It's something before us, or something else there that's doing similar things to what we're doing, because it's not taking the normal that trajectory thing a normal rock should do. They know all the moves that this thing's meant to do, and see if it does certain things that it's not meant to be doing. And everybody's like, what the heck? You don't know if it's something else and it's been no scouting things, but it's passing by everything down its rounds. February or March, I think they said. It's because I seen that big lot. Big long. February or March is when it passes the next place. Next, the Jupiter. So it'll probably be, or whatever's on it, but Jupiter will be watching that. So it'll be the next one in March. Bloody wee sheep. We're lucky you never had any fucking turbines there. You would have had the sheep running in circles there, mate. Gotta get it back up. Get on back in. Cold. Ooh, -3. -3. Jump 7 world. Perdita? Was it a mud flood? A mud flood. Just for you, I've got something. I don't. For you, I've got something to thingamajig.
For the resentencing that came up as a result of Gavin Newsom and the change in the law, it was completely the opposite. To our surprise, the information and the process had already started well before we were even notified that our case was being resentenced. When an assistant DA was assigned to the case, we couldn't get phone calls returned. There was lack of support, and actually for the re-sentence hearing, we had to bring in another attorney to represent the family on the case because of the lack of support from Pamela Price's office.
We wanted you to listen into a decent portion of this event in the Bay Area, speaking largely on public safety in and around San Francisco and the wider Bay Area. Moving to the nation's capital, where it's 4:09. Let's take a quick commercial break. I'm Austin Westfall. My thanks to Mike Page. He's been up here with you for the past few hours. I'll be up here with you for the next few hours. Lots to discuss, including the latest in Venezuela, the latest on the U.S.'s pressure campaign against Nicolas Maduro's government. Also a possible terrorist ploy being disrupted by the FBI in North Carolina, an ISIS-inspired attack. We're going to discuss all of that and more with Hal Kempfer in a moment. We'll be right back. All right, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. We continue to track the latest on the U.S.'s pressure campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Maduro is saying that his government is ready to discuss an agreement with the United States to prevent drug trafficking, and this is coming after the CIA reportedly struck a docking area in Venezuela believed to be used by cartels. Venezuelan state TV airing an interview with Maduro yesterday where he said, quote, "The U.S. government knows, because we've told many of their spokespeople, that if they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we are ready." Retired Marine Intelligence Officer and National Security Analyst Hal Kempfer is here to discuss. Hal formerly worked on the war on drugs under U.S. Southern Command. Hal, Maduro said, if they want oil, Venezuela is ready for U.S. investment, like with Chevron, whenever they want it, wherever they want it, and however they want it. Has Maduro talked like this before? Is this a new tone?
Austin, it is a big shift. It is a change from his previously more combatant tone, although he did do a speech where he talked about war, no, peace, yes. And if you looked in the background of this really strange Maduro driving a car interview, which I think he called a car podcast or something. And this is sort of the political version of carpool karaoke, except in this version, James Corden doesn't actually drive the car in the actual other thing. It's, in this case, he literally was driving a car, from what I could tell. Very dangerous policy statement to make. And but he was basically saying, he had that planted on the back seat, and he was basically saying, hey, look, I'm open to discussion. I'm open to talking about, stopping the war or stopping the drug flow out of Venezuela, opening up the oil flow. Those are the two biggest revenue sources for him. It's really not very credible. I think he's doing anything to buy for time. And he also recognizes that the U.S. is going to have to pull some of its ships off station to meet other global requirements right now. So he's trying to exploit that by buying for time in the interim.
Is this a sign in any way that the pressure campaign is actually working?
I think that he is that he is saying this publicly. I think is opening up the assessment that yes, the pressure campaign is working. Another thing was probably in the interview was less about what he said than what he didn't say. And he didn't really talk about the drone strike, the one that President Trump had talked about, where a CIA drone had hit a facility, a pure pork facility in Venezuela, the first strike on Venezuelan soil or Venezuelan sovereign territory in this entire campaign of going after drugs. So he really is staying away from that. And I think that's an indicator of how fragile he sees his hold on power. He was saying, most Venezuelans want him to be in power. The reality is about 2/3 of the Venezuelans voted against him. They voted for the opposition candidate in the last election. He stepped in and pulled strings to get it validated to say that he was the winner, but everybody who's looked at that from outside, virtually everybody with a few exceptions, have said, no, he did not win that election. He's simply took over as a dictator. And so he's trying to do anything he can now to appease the U.S. in the interim in order to, basically buy time to keep him in office. And hopefully that the U.S. will, as happened, our attention will be diverted to other parts of the world. And there's a lot going on right now, a lot going on in Ukraine, and a lot going on in the Far East. So I think that's what he's hoping.
A live look at the White House. The time in the nation's capital just past 4:15 as we tape this. As far as you've seen, Hal, have Trump or Maduro actually formally acknowledged that U.S. strike on that Venezuelan dock facility?
Well, President Trump has. He came out and he's actually talked about it. Maduro has not. And that's very interesting because this happened earlier in the month. So there's been weeks for this for Maduro. And you would have thought if the U.S. did a strike, whether it's using CIA or traditional military to do a strike on sovereign, Venezuelan territory, that they would have immediately jumped up, raised the red flag, taken it to the United Nations, done all those things that one would expect. But in this case, he's staying very quiet. And I think it's because of two things. Number one, his unstable situation in the country. He's very much concerned that the opposition could rise up and that the security services might not try to stop them this time, or B, that somebody in the security services have actually been compromised and they're waiting for the most opportune situation in order to step in and remove him from power. So he's very, very concerned about that. And that's kind of keeping him in check, I think, in that regard. The other thing too is because of what that pier was doing. That pier was loading up drugs, and we don't see everything. It's very likely that Maduro is privy to information that could be information that we shared or was shared to an intermediary, which shows all the drug trafficking, all the drug transit stuff that was going on in and around that pier. So for a lot of reasons, he may just not want to talk about it at all.
So, and we've been seeing videos, by the way, of these boat strikes that have taken place in the Eastern Pacific and the Caribbean. This video also showing some of the seizures of oil.
It's just Pammy getting her work done. That's what happens when people get the job done right, and you know what I mean? All the bad stuff that's getting into your country and all this. Doing the right thing. Pammy's laser eyes in it.
That's being looked at for Venezuela. That's being looked at with a lot of different countries right now. You know, over the last 2 decades, and certainly over the last decade and a half, we have, every time someone irritates us or does whatever, does something that transgresses international law, our big policy tool is we step in and say, oh, we're going to put sanctions on you. And you saw after Russia invaded Ukraine, we used sanctions as much as we possibly could. Iran, with weapons of mass destruction, we've used sanctions as much as we could. We used them against North Korea. And there has been a very active debate amongst policy circles, national security analysts, as to whether these sanctions are truly overused and underperforming. In other words, they don't really have a lot of capabilities. And what we saw with the Russians is they developed a global shadow fleet, and not a great shadow fleet in terms of maintenance and the hulls being used to transport oil around the world, but they've set up this shadow fleet, and they've also, China and Russia and Iran, and they've all been working together to create sort of an alternative monetary system, but an alternative wealth transfer system so that countries can buy and sell this oil and gas and some other things without having to go through the SWIFT system and the traditional banking system that's controlled by the West. So they recognize there's a limit to what sanctions can do. And so now we're taking it up to the next step, which is we have these stateless vessels that are transporting drugs, and those drugs come to the U.S. or to our allies in other countries like Europe and elsewhere, and are responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of people every year. So we are targeting them. We have said they're like terrorists. We've declared these groups to be terrorists. We've basically used all the terminology of a weapon of mass destruction in describing the drugs as chemical weapons, so to speak. And that's what we've been targeting, and that's backing it up. Same thing with seizing the tankers.
There's been a couple of documentaries about, I don't know if it's connected to them, but there's bad shit going on out there. The new half of it. I think but I think it's that woman, the Nobel Prize woman, I think she's the key. And I think that's why it was either her or I think for what she's going to do, but I think because if she didn't do it, yous would have had to have done it yourselves, and that means taking a bunch of military in and pairing it up with half of their mob that's already half of their mobs in it anyway. They run half of the stuff, do you know what I mean? And, oh, Blank. With her, I think she's already got a good hold of the reins. On the lead up to everything, I think there was a wee shift everybody was seen coming. Even a lot of the fuss and the noise. So I think what this is just all the stragglers for the things that's still spinning away for the last thing. Because they're all round about each other, all these people. And it's all interrupting all the channels and the boats and these bigger boats. You know what I mean? It's causing a big problem for everything else. Because that's happening on the busy line. That everybody else is using. And it sticks out with a sore thumb, and everybody else is like, you know what I mean? So all of that, the smaller pirates and all that all try and, you know what I mean, take shit off the boats and all that, but they're worse than that, you know. Some of them. Are just people that shouldn't be around stuff. But it's right out there in plain sight. And even some of that, it's, and you well, it's not to be talking about on here, but that's all yours lot, not me. And that's all bought and paid for and behind people's backs, and people are meant to turn a blind eye to it, but it's been going on that long or something, you know what I mean? Something's been going on that long, and instead of, oh, it's no that. Remember that time we says we had says this and that, now this new stuff, so again is this new no, we've remember this deal we made and all that, you know what I mean, like mad stupid people. And now like we've replaced it with this synthetic and this other stuff and this stuff and that we're mixing it and that and that and that. It's no that thing anymore. Or something. You know what I mean? And I think that's the catch to it. It's catching up on everybody. And then everybody else is like, oh, so they're allowed to do that? But it's only so much. And then they take advantage of it, and then it's all this different stuff. No, the same thing anymore. They've just ruined their own good thing. And it was like and that was probably for private, privileged people that was doing that. For their own circles. That normal people wasn't meant to know about. They ain't got the money, dudes, and I'm a mafia. I got fucking so much money. I tell the bought the polo shirt. That you know what, you buy the polo shirt, but you like every year is like 10% of whatever you made this year, mate, goes to them. And that covers your arse so they don't go through the door and take it off you anyway, and then send you to jail and then take the rest off you while you're in there sitting. Fuck all your shit up. So they walk and talk a certain way. The way the world works. Even Trump tells you that. He's no stupid. That was one of the first places he went. I'm gonna get shit stopped. I'm gonna sort shit out. See what's happening. Then look at it all now. There's a probably put the thought being like that. Then something's still been something else and greedy's been spinning away in the background. While because Trump's ages ago right at the start. Right through it all I think. And they were all there in America. All the hardcore ones. You know what I mean? He went right. He went and no that he gave me the phone to a phone one of them. But one of them no went to try like all the whatever prisons are in. What the fuck all the cartel mobs. Or all that. Oh the big heavy one. I bet you're a forehead us. I talk. But right, whatever. You know what I mean? But somebody else didn't really get the memo or whatever because it was sitting up higher, it was running the show or something, you know what I mean? It's like that'll stick out. Just watch your backs or something. Just do this for me, dinner. Type of thing. Or else you're getting caught up in it. So whatever you got going on, you need to stop it. It is probably, you know what I mean? I need to go and do this, just telling you, you know? Before I go and do this. You know what I mean? Why would I all in prison? I'm sure they was smart enough to do it, to say, thinking ahead, we're going to have to deal with it sooner or later. And that's even, I think that's why I've been impeached more times than I'll get. And it's all the old timers in jail and all that, they're fucking so much that up. Look at that big, look, the Trump, they're all sitting in the nick. Oh. I don't know, you know what I mean? Just certain that old timers type of stuff. Daft shit, I think. It's just like that, the way, I don't know. And it's a show off thing, other people, but normal people who just see it as, you know what I mean? They don't fucking see it. They just see it as, oh, you know what I mean? As if, not like you're just a show off, but people will be looking, paying attention to the no detail, but even with all the handshakes and all that they all do and stuff like that. The way you talk to people, you talk to each other and let that kind of setting as well. It's probably different for, you know what I mean? You say you're that high up And there's all sorts of other people in a bit them and all that. It's not that it's all planned out, I reckon, but it's a fucking set way, so it is. I think C1's gets you. You just need to not let it stay away from it. You just fucking, you just know. It's like playing with fire. You know what I mean? If you play with the fire too much, you're going to burn your hands, aren't you? And I think that's how simple it is these days. And people think, oh, it's alright. Give me a Mountain Dew. And I'll fucking do it, neighbour. You know what I mean? A spring break. Give me the fire. I'll do it. You know what I mean? Fucking never see the guy again. Fucking dead drop. Tuesday. I'm away about a treehouse. Didn't it? That's not a treehouse you went about, mate, was it? It's fucking influencing shit and inspiring it. Is there a wee note or something? What's he done? How many years in jail will I get for it? How many? I might get, can I make a book about it? You know what I mean? They're probably like, I think if I do this, if I do that, if I do this, I'll be like this. And I came out, when I get out, I don't know. Is there a when I get out thing? But who do you see with the when I get out guy? Like when you get out guy, where is he? You go and see him, and then he's like, when you get out, if you do this for me now, when you get out, that's the when you get out guy. So if you see somebody that's like, fuck, I like him. Fuck. And he's like, I just get, I don't know. Aye, it was me. Sorry, Your Honour. No, my bad boy. Right. Hurry up, Brad Norris. Do you know what I mean? They're not just like, hurry up. I get this done with, I want them. When I'm out. When I get out. It's not even in yet. That when I get out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You start getting your arrows away. Because you went and lied. You went and done that during the war. You fucked up your own maps. And even your own people. You fucked up your own people. But they didn't care. They didn't even see it. They didn't notice it either. That it wasn't there. They didn't notice. So The only people that would notice would be the people looking at it anyway, that would notice only the things that would be noticeable on the map. They could see the things that were there but weren't noticeable. They didn't put them on the map because it was like, one was a church, one. See, if anybody sneaks up on you and tries to buy a map out of one of the shops, you know what I mean? Yeah, any maps, mate? I'm busy fishing and my mate, any maps? Aye. And they go out the snow, way back to the enemy. And look at it and think, church must be there. But it's no aware of a bit that's not marked on the map, because I like there's about up that there's the main street there. Church is on that street. That big building there. Aye. That's it. That's it. Everybody's that are way up the church, behind the hill of the church, looking there like, oh fuck, the main street's fucked. The main street's fucked up, lads. Nah, they can't see us. We're not on the map. We're hitting the main street. You know what I mean? Somebody's been sneaking in, bought a map, so they'll use are all way hiding it. Use are all cheating, went away outside the map. Or shit is, but nobody else can fucking see it. They'd all put it away in another country. Like that, look at this map. I'm just back, I got a map. Look at this. Oh, that's a fucking good one. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's, there. That's been it. That's it. Job done. Sneak off the map. Sneaked off the map, so he's dead. Everybody's like, can I destroy your house? They're all bombing all everybody out, or just normal houses. Nothing important got destroyed. It was just the main street. Or they could shut me put earlier. Away from the main street. Put it off the map. Because I think we knew somebody was. We had a feeling. There was a gut feeling. I think somebody was going to sneak up on me. So we made a fucking. We had to hide at the map. And fucking feed everybody the dodgy maps. You know what I mean? Even your own people. Here's a dodgy map. It's no fucked. Don't say a fucking word. Click on now. Aye. Right, well. Good. Gang. Gang time, it's your fucking life, alright? You know what I mean? Oh, fucking about the dodgy maps. Fucking selling dodgy maps, they dudes. Fucking their heads up. You just can bomb there, I'll hide there. Just sitting watching it like, aye. He stole one of the maps. That's that Bob. He stole a map. Somebody stole a map and fucked off. That's them. But 20 years later, they're writing about it. We were at the map. We were at the map one time. Oh, fucking mad Americans. We were at the map. Didn't believe it. They thought they hit the jackpot, but they weren't fucking were near it. Oh, the days. You're nowhere near it. Nothing, I mean, everybody back at the enemy base are like, yes, we hit them. We got the good bit. We got the money shot. And there's all the big chiefs. They're like, yes. Didn't they? I think they all think we ruined them. We just destroyed it all. Listen to what he said. He was driving the fuck. He was flying the plane. He says they were good hits. He felt it. He was away up there. So you know what I mean? I read job done, and they're all sitting like, job done, mate. They're like, good job. Didn't they, I think? A couple of it was prefab houses. See the one they do with the fling up when they do a nuke test? It was a fake house or something, you know what I mean? We hit them. They're away off the map. Weren't even on the map. They're invisible. But for real, just turn yourself invisible and they believed it. How? That must have been the monks. Didn't it? The monks must have been like, did you hear about that mob? I know, we're not related. Yeah, I have some of this, you know. That mob, disgracing. And how you keep me anyway? You know what I mean? I'm psyche, I have some of that. No, they're all be drunk and all that. Hangover. Oh, I don't want to do anything to do. I'm out. They're all bust. You know what I mean? That's my arms. Use lot. Just fucking. Alright, mate. Catch everybody off guard. And the wee monks like that. I mean, as with you. You're not that my dad. A wee Chicago guy. He's away doing something now. Doing some work. You see up there? That's a toolbox and a half he's got in it. Kicking a bit America and all with a big ego and all that. My big man. You're away all there. Look at this toolbox. You know what I mean? That's the thing, I know. NATO's the last thing. And everything else is kind of all your best allies that's running all the other big things. The only other thing is, what the heck is upset? No, everybody else, but you need to get everybody else to pull a finger out. It's put their wee bit in, so they're not left out. Just not even put a seat at the table, just say there's a table. Just the table's there. You need to create it to put it there. And it's always fucking run a table in it. The tables are all, everybody's got a table. Everybody's got one. That's the code. Just need to stick with it. Stop fucking it up for yourselves and everybody else. I don't know. And most of the times it's no like the leaders that's doing it. It's a fucking money game thing. And half of the times again, that's not a fucking leader problem. It's fucking money people. Or money families, or this or that, or you know what I mean? Things just take a turn. Stuff hits the fan, but just half of the times it's no the one at the top that's doing it. You just need to stick in there. Strong. It's there. I think everybody should stay strong for themselves. Shouldn't be a fuss anymore. Make it better for yourselves and everybody else. Because if not, I mean, I need to get rid of the aggression thing. Or the fuss and the mess. And whatever's back then's back then. Just you need to let it be, let it go. Let it all flourish. And keep all the good divides. You can't really change a thing. You can only let that responsibility type of thing. And a renewal is something that it's like for slavery things or something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's not the way it used to be anymore. Even though that narrative is still there and people still latch on to it, it still gets used as that thing and attacks people. But those so-called people that's meant to be doing all that, what they doing while in today's type of work, there's no need to, you know what I mean? And have a good look at ourselves first. And while nobody's saying or doing a thing, and people's still latching on to something, and it doesn't do. I'm not saying it doesn't do any good for yourself, but what good is it going to do anybody? You know what I mean? People's always away, they can hear it and listen to it and making big changes. And people still there shouting about it as if it's still happening to this day. But the same people are still doing it when it's. And even back then, it wasn't even fucking slavery, I don't think. That was probably the best group of people probably to go to get the job done. And the least amount of us. And I think there was probably about 80% of the people that built America was heavy duty workers. The other 20 was, I want more money, I want more this, that, Momo steal shit, or scheming, and they were just money. Just seen all this money, and they were just like, oh, money. More. I don't know. And then I'm going, oh, God, I'm so, get your work done and behave, you're not getting paid. I'm so, something daft like that, maybe. And maybe certain people were getting worked into the ground, type of thing. That wasn't able-bodied, or I don't know. I think a small minority of people that built America was fucked. And I think it was the ones that kind of seen it as like the slavery. Because see, it's not all the money people. They weren't gifted slaves, or people bought them slaves or anything. It was more like, I don't know, more like them, was, I don't know, I think it was something to do with trust. But it was probably somebody that was running about the churches and all that. And they were like, we need now, like the women, we need the trusted ones, we need house workers. You know what I mean? Back at my castle or whatever. My fucking big fucking. While they were at building, flinging America up. You know what I mean? But I think that slave thing was going on, but that was possibly to do with our own houses. It wasn't a big, massive scale thing. I don't think. I think that slave thing was something to do with that. They seen it as something that was something else. People seen that as, I think. But in today's thing, it's like, yeah, what do you call it? A chef, or, you know what I mean? You've got all different people working in the fucking, it's an actual business. You know what I mean? Establishments like that. It's an estate. But the mini estate Trump towers. Oh, the slaves he's got and owns. but it's just a similar thing, but the money guys were saying here's the best, no, that's the best rate, but the best fucking worker that you can keep around you, and the wee messenger type, you know what I mean? And still does it, gets things done a bit round about you, get the housework done or whatever. I need a cold drink, a glass of water, I need to get my guests, are you hungry? Can you get my guests something? Type of stuff, you know what I mean? I think it was daft shit, and it seems like a daddy type of thing. As if I own you and go and do this, go and do that. That controlling type person. Making them do stuff, but you're sitting round about people like that. You know what I mean, in those days. No laws. As if there was any laws. I think they made them up as they went. Just made it up as they went. The further back you go. Free the dolphins. Fuck your polar bears up. Make them jump this bit. That big polar bear gets to that bit and he's like that. He's like, I wonder where this goes. Big polar bear just jumps in, he's like, I think I'll go this way. He ends up away in the sea and he's like, where am I going? He's like, fuck it. I think we'll get to land. There's always land a bit. We're in the Antarctic. You know what I mean? We're in fucking, you know what I mean? Greenland, Canada. But I bet you sweeties dad. Go this way. Big polar bears are way out. We'll go and see the ice. Get some fucking sort of happy meal. You know what I mean? Maybe okay, I'll be rainbow. You know what I mean? Eating all the magic
creation of William's forces. The castle walls would have been wooden and stood atop the earthworks where the current walls stand today, with the ditch very evidently below. The site was quadrangular, and here is where the ramparts extended with this image from above, and here with the ditch. The inside yard was 3 acres. Within the current medieval stone walls, we can see a lasting reminder of the castle ditch, which ran down this line on screen, meaning there was no medieval wall here. That's why this part is built in brick at a later date, and is the same on the other side. Some of the buildings on this line also appear to be cracking or dipping a little bit into the ground. But if William the Conqueror or his troops were stood on this side of the bailey or on top of the motte looking west, the standout feature would have been this tower of St Mary's Church, the oldest church tower in the city of York. This is a 10th century tower, then heightened again before the Normans arrived. It contains Roman and Saxon stone. Quite spectacular that we are now looking at it as a Norman would have done at the same building from the same angle nearly 1,000 years ago. But to understand the rest of the current castle site, there's something I need to show you across the river. You see, York is the only city outside of London where William the Conqueror built 2 separate castles. The more famous mound in York, with Clifford's Tower, sat atop, which is mainly known for the Jewish massacre of 1190, in which the city's whole Jewish population perished. But this mound was the motte for William's other castle, this one known as York Castle. This right here was the perimeter. We've also got a fantastic illustration here from the walls near the Lost Castle. The 2 castles were equidistant from the river for very good reason. This allowed the Normans to dominate both halves of the Anglo-Scandinavian settlement and control both rivers, the Ouse and the Foss. These were the only crossing points for miles and miles, so very, very strategic. He was always suspicious of York's loyalty, and for very good reason. In September of 1069, local Anglo-Saxons and Danish Vikings attacked York in what was known as the Battle of York. They laid waste to William's 2 new castles. This was the second rebellion of that year. It was after the first rebellion involving Edgar Atheling, whom the Anglo-Danish rebels had crowned King of England, that William built the second of the 2 castles. We don't know which one of the 2 was built first, but it's likely that York Castle was, due to its position around the rivers. But after that first rebellion, the second castle was built. That was in January 1069. The second rebellion in September of that year was the largest defeat the Normans ever suffered in England, and one of the king's closest companions, William Mallet, who was the Norman Sheriff of York, and he was also present at the Battle of Hastings. He was captured with his family in York by the rebels. So after all of this, William the Conqueror was, of course, furious. He charged back north after taking 3 weeks to find a crossing over the River Aire. He paid off the Vikings before he arrived, which allowed him to overpower the locals. He then built his 2 castles back and committed the shocking harrying of the north. So what happened to this lost castle? So, the closest house to it is called Baleside House, with a charming plaque depicting a castle. And this late 19th century street is named Bale Hill Terrace. Well, that's because this mound is known as Bale Hill, after the Motte and Bailey Castle design deployed here. The Normans crowned Bale Hill with a wooden castle, just like across the river. The motte was likely built upon pre-Norman foundations, possibly going all the way back to Roman times. A coin of Theodora was found beneath the site during excavations, dating to the mid-4th century. Theodora was the stepmother of Constantine the Great, who was actually proclaimed emperor in York. 3 silver pennies of William the Conqueror were also found beneath the grounds here. But when you approach the hill from the river, you're met by a tower. This is actually Victorian. The original castle wall would have continued down to the river, which was wider at the time, but this was demolished in 1808, for which the Archbishop of York actually sued the city for that demolition job. Anyway, by the 1320s, the site had stopped being a military castle. It was then that the area was incorporated into the city's other defences, when the stone wall was introduced during the increased threat from Scotland. But this was, of course, on William's original ramparts. His motte would also continue to serve a purpose for centuries. This is super fascinating. For a while, including in 1608, all citizens in the local ward between the ages of 7 and 40 had to appear here with a bow and arrow to prove their shooting prowess. So many arrow tips were found here during recent excavations. Shortly after this, in the Civil War, 2 cannons were placed on top of the mound, which fired at besiegers in 1644. Bale Hill was actually raised for this, and you can still slightly see 2 platforms on top of the hill. Fast forward to another major British event, a public air raid shelter with a capacity for over 250 people was also built somewhere beneath the ground here. The precise location is not entirely certain, but it is definitely somewhere beneath the hill area. So a lot of history has taken place here. The site was used for grazing for a short while, a prison was then built here, and then in the late 19th century, these rather pretty streets of housing were built on the site. I wonder how many of the inhabitants are aware they are living on the site of William the Conqueror's lost castle, and the creations of his Norman troops are still in use by millions of people every single year. But one thing I'm sure locals are aware of is this circular corner tower adjacent to Bale Hill. There's been a corner tower here ever since the first castle was built that we can see on the image, and has obviously changed over time with the rest of these walls. But these days it's a dark, dingy, cobwebbed room with the entrance entirely blocked. A 17th century panoramic view of York shows smoke coming from this tower, as there is actually a fireplace in here, though it can't be seen on the footage. But it was in 1451 that the tower was recorded as Le Bail d'Outre, which had adapted to Biche Daughter a century later, and that's become Bitch Daughter in modern English. So in the 1451 record, the tower was functioning as a king's prison, and though not certain, here may lie the answer to the name. Dortoir is the old French for bedroom. Dortoir is the modern French for dormitory or bedroom. Now, due to the tower's high exposed position, it would have been an incredibly harsh dorm to be incarcerated within, and it's believed that the bitch derived from an old French word for nightmare. So bitch daughter is the nightmare dorm.
Alright folks, welcome to this exciting video where we've come to look at some of my favourite carved stones in Scotland, folks. It's some Pictish stones, and they're here at the little village of Aberlamno. Now this is a more modern replica of what one of the stones may have looked like when it was new, and the detail in the stone carving is incredible. But yeah, it's cool to see how detailed they may have been at one time when they were first carved. Some of these standing stones that sit at Aberlamno here have been taken from other places and then placed here. But yeah, it's cool to compare the old ones with the new one, which is here. And it's literally massive. I love the carving of those like dragons there or whatever they are. Yeah, there we go folks. Look at this, the boy's got all his bailing done here now. And look at that stunning view over the landscape here. Aberlamno, Angus, Scotland folks. It's about halfway between Forfar and Brechin. and it's just a picturesque little village. And these stones are a real special thing to be here, really, because they're not just little carved stones, they're absolutely massive. So yeah, let's go and take a look. So it is a little bit windy out here, but that's because these stones are positioned on like a high pinnacle of land here, overlooking the Angus countryside. And look at this, this is one of the biggest and most impressive stones here at this Aberlemno site. It's absolutely incredible. The detail and the carving. When a lot of these stones were carved and put up, it's when Christianity was sweeping across Britain. The Christians came here to preach a new way of life to the barbarians, which at one time roamed these lands here. And yeah, the impressive massive stone carvings was part of that. It's quite interesting. There's a lot of these symbols that you often see on like a lot of different types of Pictish stone all over the place. They all had like similar, it's probably like a language they had, each symbol represented something. Yeah, it's quite impressive, folks. Look at this. Detail of the stone. I was here before one time with like my old camera, but this camera's going to be so much better for seeing like the detail in the stone. It's so interesting to see. You can see men on horseback, and pipers piping. It's so cool, folks. This one's called the roadside cross. This roadside cross here, and also the one down at the church, are the two most impressive stones here at Aberlemno. But we'll go down and take a look at the one at the church after. Roadside cross. This roadside cross here, and also the one down at the church, are the two most impressive stones here at Aberlemno. But we'll go down and take a look at the one at the church after. We'll see these three at the roadside first. I think one of these stones here is actually a replica of a stone which was broken when it was ploughed up. Because some of these stones here are like buried under the ground for years, and it's not until like a farmer's ploughing that they come across them and unearth them, and then they realise that there's tons of cool stuff like carved on them. Look at this one, folks. Yeah, there's no much like details. This one's called the Crescent Stone. Look at it here, folks. Yeah, like I said, the cross stones are definitely the most impressive ones, just because of like the size of them and the amount of carving. But not only that, the length of time they've stood here on the land. It's like so incredible. Ancient history, like you can't even imagine like what the world must have been like back then. It's just incredible. Look at this one here, folks. This one here is called the Serpent Stone. And look at the detail on it. It is so cool. Just think how long these patterns have been carved into this stone for. It's mind blowing. And it's just amazing. You can see the serpents curling and coiling their way across the pattern. And then the back of it's not actually carved. It has got these weird hollows, kind of indentations in it, which is strange. Wow, yeah folks, it's just another cool little location in Angus, which is like ancient history. And look, this is what they're telling us about it. Got spiders and stuff crawling over my finger, folks. It was just on my face. That's what you get out here in Scotland. Some of those wee spiders can like float through the air on their web, and then when you're walking about they just land on you. Anyway folks, yeah, that's the 3 roadside Pictish stones of Aberlamno, and it's so cool. I can hear a little aeroplane waiting to go overhead. But now we've seen these 3 stones, we'll go down and take a look at the best stone, which is down at the church, in the churchyard. I'm not sure if there's actually a church like service on today, because currently this is Sunday morning, folks. Just look at this, folks. This is the quaint little church of Aberlamno, and in the grounds of here is where the ancient Pictish stone stands, and it has done for many years. I'm not actually sure if it was moved here from a different location or if it's always stood here, but yeah, the carving and the detail in this stone here is so cool. So before I got in my car there, also up the road, I was speaking to a lady at the hall. Shout out to you if you're watching this video. But I've just been informed that it's Open Doors Angus Day, and we're going to go and get a look at the old Pictish stones which are up in the hall, because in another 10 minutes they're open. So that'll be a real interesting thing we've never seen on this channel before, folks. The old Pictish stones. I think they used to be on display at a museum at the Brecon Castle Centre. So yeah, interesting, folks. Anyway, let's look at this magnificent stone here. This is the one which we saw at the start of the video. There's a new version of this stone that they've made, but this is how the original stone looks after all these years. Some of the details are worn off, but they're still really in pretty good condition, to be honest. Look at that, the men on horseback, stuff like that. You can see the serpents up at the top are more worn, because obviously around the edge of the stone it'll be catching all the weather. And around this side, look at this. See the amount of work they've gone to carve like this far into the stone. It's just incredible, folks. Check that out. Look at the patterns on this, like it's just unreal. Just to think of like the skill it takes to carve a stone like that. The size of the thing. It's mind blowing, folks. It's incredible, but history's like this here, just in the Angus countryside, hidden here at this wee church. Again, this is the sort of little village you could never even know exists unless you had a reason to come down some of these like little roads. And it's just stunning. The whole landscape around here is just amazing. Look at the church. It's got like the old cast iron bells still up there with the rope coming down. Wow, real history, folks, right here on the channel this week. It's been incredible. So it's cool to come and document these stones, so like every year that passes as they degrade and that, you can see how they were. If any of the details or patterns go missing, it's like, it's cool to see how they were this day at this time. Anyway, folks, we'll head back up and see if we can get into the little museum up here. That'll be pretty cool. Yeah, such a nice little spot at this quaint little church here. Probably built way back 1700s, maybe even earlier. Again, maybe there's been a little kirk here since that stone was put here. Again, maybe it's just ancient times. Sometimes modern churches can be built on the site of like an ancient kirk. So, who knows, folk, the ancient history. So we've come back up to the hall here at Aberlamno, folks, and we're away to take a look at the Pictish Room, which is the museum that contains all the Pictish artefacts and stones that's been found around Angus in this area over the, like all the years gone by. So it's going to be cool. Like, look, let's go. Look at this, folks. We're in the museum here. Look, this is the Kirriemuir stone here. 1787. was found in the foundations of the Kirriemuir Parish Church, which was probably founded way back in these days. That one also was found in the foundations of the Kirriemuir Parish Church. There's such a crazy variety of carvings in here, it's incredible. Like, it seems to be a lot of stuff like boars, deer and stuff that probably was running about on the hills back then. AD 600. That's about the era that a lot of these stones were kind of like carved. This is another Kirriemuir stone here. There we go, folks. It's so interesting to see that. These different stones. That's another bit of Angus history documented right here. It's crazy to think these original stones were like in the foundations of the old parish church in Kirrie. Shows how long ago even that place dates to. Anyway, folks, we'll head on it here. I think we've seen most of the stones. Yeah, that's been really interesting. Super cool. Wow. This is it, folks, we're heading out. It's been cool. Thanks very much to the Aberlemno people here that are, I'm assuming they're voluntary here today, letting people in and out for open door Angus. Respect to that, that's super sound. It's so cool to think that a lot of these stones were buried under like the foundations of churches and stuff in Angus. Again, they get unearthed thousands of years later, which is super cool. Anyway, folks, I'll end this video here. Thanks very much for watching. We'll see you in the next video very soon.